Chapter 10-12. Qing Lin's scheme is really good. I didn't think there would be such a shocking change when the cave opened. If I hadn't absorbed the other demonic spirits, I would have been completely suppressed. However, none of this matters now. Even if the demon spirit land returns to how it was before, it doesn't matter. The cave will open, and this time I'll definitely succeed. Ancient Devil, Celestial Emperor, I, Beilu, am coming. A ferocious expression appeared on the demonic face as it twisted and charged out of the pool. It turned into a ray of demonic light that shot into the sky. The celestial wind swept by his body, but the moment it closed in, it was devoured by the demonic light and turned into demonic spiritual energy. In the celestial spirit heaven realm, below the capital of the demon country, Yao Shishua suddenly raised her head. The moment she raised her head was the moment the celestial wind swept by. She immediately felt the celestial spiritual energy and her body trembled. Her eyes revealed a ghostly light and powerful demonic spiritual energy erupted from her body. A giant vortex formed and sucked in all the celestial spiritual energy that swept by her body. It was quickly crushed and absorbed. Yao Shishua's body flickered and she disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the air. Her body was surrounded by demonic spiritual energy, making it impossible to see her appearance. However, the cold aura she gave off was extremely dense. After pausing for a moment, she turned into a ray of demonic light and charged forward. There was another place that was also preserved by the celestial spiritual energy. That was the fire demon country, the current soul refining sect. In the soul refining sect, celestial spiritual energy rushed by the statue of Wang Lin. It wanted to dissipate the demonic spiritual energy inside the statue, but a sharp howl came from inside the statue. As the immortal Qi closed in, the millions of disciples of the soul refining sect could sense the anxiety and meaning contained within the howl. Without the need for anyone to lead them, all of the soul refining sect disciples unleashed their soul banners. Unimaginable numbers of souls filled the capital city, creating layers upon layers of defenses to protect the black stone statue in the valley. The entire soul refining sect was covered in black fog as countless soul fragments howled to resist the celestial spiritual energy. However, the celestial spiritual energy was too powerful, and the soul refining sect was like a lonely boat in the raging waves. It was as if it could collapse at any moment. The millions of people of the soul refining sect sat in the black fog with fear on their faces. However, they gritted their teeth and persevered. It was at this point that a portion of the celestial wind suddenly changed, as if it had a will of its own. Instead of continuing to surround the soul refining sect, it transformed into a vortex that helped the soul refining sect fight back against the other three celestial winds. The three streams of immortal wind that had fused into one paused for a moment, but didn't try to force their way through. Instead, they circled around the area and whizzed away. The celestial wind vortex surrounding the soul refining sect quickly shrank and merged with it, sweeping through the world together. When this celestial wind filled the entire celestial spirit heaven realm, the four pillars of light shined brightly and shot out rays of light that shrouded the sky. The four pillars of light were connected by the light, forming a layer of protection around the celestial spirit heaven realm. The celestial spirit heaven realm once again activated the protective barrier that should have been there. At this instant, the center of the celestial spirit heaven realm began to shine brightly, and the protective barrier was activated once more. The mountain range began to change. The earth trembled, and large amounts of rocks fell from the mountain ranges. Countless amounts of dust fell, and the dust flew into the air. From afar, it seemed as if the dust had covered everything. More than half of the rubble from one of the mountains fell off with loud rumbles. There was a purple light coming from it, and it was a purple dragon that was 100,000 feet long. As the purple dragon moved, all the rubble fell off. The purple dragon flew into the sky and let out a heaven-shaking roar. This purple dragon was extremely majestic, and its eyes were filled with endless coldness. After it, another mountain range collapsed, and a second purple dragon flew into the air. At the same time, even more mountains collapsed, and in an instant, more purple dragons flew out. Finally, there were 9 purple dragons in the sky, and their roars echoed throughout the world. It was as if the roars would last for eternity. As the 9 purple dragons circled around each other, bursts of purple light appeared and formed a circular formation. This formation was formed by 9 dragons, and the moment the formation appeared, the celestial spiritual energy in the celestial spirit heaven realm increased greatly. The 9 dragon formation floated in the air and flashed purple. Even from far away, one could clearly see the purple light. Outside the formation, the sky distorted and 3 people appeared. It was Ling Tianho and the purple-robed man named Zhao. Master Void's expression was calm, but there was a flash of golden light in his eyes. Shortly after the 3 of them appeared, another distortion appeared and another person walked out. The moment this person appeared, Ling Tianho's eyes became fierce. Master Void also raised his head and his gaze fell on Tian Yunzi. Tian Yunzi's expression was calm as he clasped his hands at Master Void and calmly said, "Tian Yunzi greets fellow cultivator Void." Master Void faintly smiled and nodded. Ling Tianho invited the old man, so I came to take a look. Tian Yunzi looked at the 9 dragon formation and calmly said, "The old man doesn't have much confidence by himself, but since fellow cultivator Void is here, there shouldn't be any problems." As the 2 of them spoke, 2 more distortions appeared on the other side of the formation. The celestial cloud couple and Wang Lin's group appeared. The illusionary figure followed behind the celestial cloud couple. Around Wang Lin were Situ Nan, Master Hollow Wind, and company. Everyone appeared at the same time and couldn't help but look at each other. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the illusionary figure behind Wang Wei trembled. He carefully looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes were filled with melancholy and gratification. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the celestial cloud couple. He had seen them before, but wasn't familiar with them. However, the illusionary figure behind them allowed Wang Lin to immediately recognize that it was Zhou Yi. Wang Wei looked at Wang Lin with interest and smiled. "You're the Wang Lin that took the key to the 4th cave?" Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but he was very cautious. He couldn't see through the cultivation of the man before him, and the woman beside him had an even more profound cultivation. The celestial cloud couple. Back then, Wang Lin learned from Yao Shishue that there was such a couple. They had a cave and never left. At this moment, he immediately understood that the celestial cloud couple must be these 2. Wang Lin calmly said, "Yes." Hu Wan, who was beside Wang Wei, smiled and said, "You lost our bet back then." Wang Wei smiled and nodded. He smiled at Wang Lin. "Back then, did you place the restriction at the entrance to the Fire Demon country?" With that, Wang Wei waved his right hand, and a blade of grass appeared in his grasp. The moment he saw the blade of grass, Wang Lin recognized it as a restriction he had placed back then. He remained calm and nodded. "The younger generation will surpass the older. When I was your age, I couldn't have placed such an ingenious restriction." Wang Wei let out a sigh and revealed a look of admiration. "Senior praises me too much." Wang Lin clasped his hands. His gaze seemed to casually sweep past the figure behind Wang Wei. When Zhou Yi saw Wang Lin's gaze, his eyes lit up an undetectable amount. Wang Lin immediately understood. Just at this moment, several rays of light came whistling over from the horizon. In the lead was the middle-aged, beautiful woman with 4 disciples behind her. Qian Xin and the suspected brilliant Void Saintess were also among them. After the beautiful middle-aged woman closed in, she looked around. First, she saw Tian Yunzi. Then she carefully looked at the celestial cloud couple. She revealed a kind smile and finally nodded at Wang Lin before arriving next to Master Void. Tian Yunzi's expression was neutral, but he frowned a bit. Behind the middle-aged woman were 2 figures. The old man on the gourd and the man in black with the cold expression quickly closed in. The old man on the gourd looked at everyone, and when he saw the celestial cloud couple, his pupils shrank. After pondering for a bit, he arrived next to Tian Yunzi. As for the man in black with the cold expression, he didn't say a word and stood next to Wang Lin's group. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked at the man in black. Wang Lin hadn't even talked to this person before. He could vaguely feel that this person's personality was cold and aloof, and he didn't like to get close to others. The man in black looked at Wang Lin and spoke for the first time. "Take me in." Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. The 9-dragon formation slowly rotated as the purple light spread out. However, at this moment, a powerful demonic flame came from the distance and closed in. In an instant, the demonic light closed in and turned into a human figure. However, its body was surrounded by demonic aura, making it impossible to see its face. It was even impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. However, the moment this figure appeared, Wang Lin's heart trembled, and he quickly looked over. At this moment, the demonic flame figure also looked at Wang Lin. His gaze was filled with hatred from the demonic aura, and it shot toward Wang Lin like a sharp sword. However, after a moment, this person withdrew his gaze. He didn't say anything and stood next to Tian Yunzi. Tian Yunzi's expression was calm as he nodded slightly. However, his gaze was looking into the distance, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. At the end of Tian Yunzi's gaze, a bald young man in red slowly walked over. This person was extremely handsome, and there was a hint of demonic beauty to him. His head was bald, and there was no hair on his head. There was also celestial spiritual energy around his body. When he arrived, he immediately looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "Brother Wang, I'm late." "Beilu." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded. "You're not late, you're just in time." The appearance of the bald young man caused Master Void's eyes to narrow and his pupils to shrink. Not only him, but even the eyes of the celestial cloud couple became cold. Only All-Seer's mouth gradually revealed a faint smile. The 9-dragon formation activated and waves of celestial spiritual energy surrounded it. As the 9 purple dragons roared, the purple light on the formation flickered violently and covered the area within thousands of feet. The light disappeared in a flash, and everyone disappeared. The 5th cave opened. Chapter 10:13. No one knew what the 5th cave in the celestial spirit heaven realm, where celestial Emperor Qing Lin cultivated, was like. No one even knew how big it was. Even back then, only Qing Lin could enter this place. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter, and anyone who disobeyed would die. Even his daughter, Qing Shuang, had never taken half a step inside. The 5th cave in the celestial spirit heaven realm was Qing Lin's secret place. At this moment, when the purple light above the celestial spirit heaven realm dissipated, everyone disappeared. Wang Lin felt like his body was being shattered into countless pieces by the purple light. This feeling was very strange, but it didn't cause him any pain. It felt like time was eternal, but in reality, it was only an instant. Wang Lin's figure appeared in a strange place. This place was covered in black sand, and it was impossible to see the end of it. The wind howled, and the sand on the ground moved subconsciously. It was as if there was a whirlwind sweeping by. Even the sky was dim, as if there was a gray curtain covering it. If one looked at it for too long, they would feel a sense of pressure. Wang Lin stood on the black sand and looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. His divine sense had already spread out, but his divine sense, which could cover the entire demon spirit land, couldn't find the edge of this place. Within the range of his divine sense, Wang Lin was the only person in the world. It was as if everyone that entered this place was scattered, so it was very difficult to meet each other. While pondering, Wang Lin's body floated up, but when he was less than 100 feet up, his expression suddenly changed. He felt a sense of danger descend from the sky, so he didn't hesitate to descend. There was a flash of blue light in his right eye, and the azure light shield appeared before him. The moment the azure light shield appeared, a strand of gray gas descended from the sky toward Wang Lin. This gray gas was too fast, so it immediately touched the azure light shield. There was a thunderous bang, and Wang Lin immediately retreated 100 feet before stopping. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he threw a punch without hesitation. The shadow of an ancient god appeared behind him, and his punch contained the power of an ancient god. When it collided with the gray gas collapsed. However, not only did the collapse of the gray gas not cause Wang Lin to relax, his pupils shrank, and he immediately retreated. The collapsed gray gas didn't dissipate, but split into dozens of strands of gray gas that shot toward Wang Lin from dozens of directions. Under the thunderous rumbles, Wang Lin's body continued to retreat, but the gray gas became faster and faster. It continued to attack. Although the azure light shield blocked all of it, the power still caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. He continued to retreat until he was 10,000 feet away. Seeing the gray gas closing in on him again, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of origin energy that shot toward the gray gas. The moment they collided, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist, and he threw another punch. This punch created a series of sonic booms, and the phenomenon that made Wang Lin gasp appeared once again. The dozen strands of gray gas all collapsed, but they immediately split into hundreds. They filled the sky and charged toward Wang Lin like dragons. What is this? Wang Lin's scalp went numb. The first time he threw a punch, the rebound force wasn't strong, but the second time, there was a huge rebound force. His right fist felt numb. Although it quickly disappeared, Wang Lin didn't dare to throw a third punch. As he retreated, the azure light shield surrounded Wang Lin's body and resisted the hundreds of strands of gray gas. In this black desert, Wang Lin's figure was like a straight line as he fled. Behind him, hundreds of strands of gray gas chased after him. As Wang Lin retreated, long marks were left on the ground. Teleportation was useless here. Wang Lin had already used spatial bending. Although it could be used for some reason, no matter how Wang Lin used it, he couldn't move an inch. I just arrived here, and I already encountered this strange thing. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. As he fled, he saw the gray gas chasing him relentlessly. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. His right hand formed a seal, and Wang Lin suddenly turned around. He pointed at the sky and shouted, "Call the wind." Since the power of his body couldn't destroy this thing, Wang Lin chose to use a celestial spell. The moment the two words "call wind" came out of his mouth, a thick, black wind howled in the dark sky and turned into 4 black dragons. However, the moment the 4 black dragons appeared, the dark sky suddenly changed like a turbulent sea. At a glance, countless strands of gray gas appeared in the sky. These strands of gray gas formed a gray vortex that connected the sky and earth. As Wang Lin stared in shock, the vortex pulled in the 4 black dragons formed by Call the Wind. Wang Lin's scalp went numb, and he fled again. Behind him, the gray vortex grew larger and larger as the gray gas entered it. In the end, it was several thousand feet wide and chased after Wang Lin. As he fled, Wang Lin could even feel the suction force coming from behind him. What shocked Wang Lin even more was that as the vortex chased after him, there would be gray gas coming out of the world and entering it. As a result, the vortex grew larger and larger as it chased. What the hell is this? Gritting his teeth, the ancient god cauldron appeared around Wang Lin. With a thought, ancient god power filled his body and entered the cauldron. With the help of the ancient god treasure, he immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was 1,000 feet away. Even though it was only 1,000 feet, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. For the vortex, 1,000 feet was only an instant. It wasn't enough for Wang Lin to escape. Even if he used it continuously and consumed ancient god power, it wouldn't be enough. If he really wanted to escape, he had to wait for the vortex to stop. Even if it didn't stop for long, it would give Wang Lin a glimmer of hope. He suddenly turned around and slapped his bag of holding with his right hand. Immediately, dozens of large swords flew out. The moment the dozens of swords appeared, they formed a sword formation and charged at the whirlwind that was chasing after them. He couldn't help but feel his heart ache. The moment the swords closed in, Wang Lin shouted, "Explode the swords!" The moment he spoke, one of the large swords released a destructive aura and exploded into countless fragments that shot toward the vortex. At the same time, all of the large swords around it shattered at the same time. As the swords shattered, the countless fragments rushed into the vortex, causing it to slow down for a moment. While Wang Lin felt his heart ache, the ancient god furnace around him flashed and his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was 1,000 feet away. The moment he reappeared, the ancient god furnace flashed again. In a short period of time, it flashed 9 times, and Wang Lin appeared 1,000 feet away. However, his expression didn't relax. The vortex behind him paused for a moment and chased after him again. Wang Lin had a bitter expression. He clenched his teeth, and his right hand reached out. A crack appeared before him. As Wang Lin's right hand reached out, the god-slaying spear appeared in bursts of black lightning. Holding the god-slaying spear in his hand, Wang Lin threw it behind him. The spear instantly closed in on the whirlwind and pierced through it. A destructive presence erupted from it with a bang, and as loud rumbles rang out, it was as if the world was trembling. The vortex collapsed. Using this opportunity, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use the ancient god furnace once more. He continued to flash and activated dozens of times. However, his face immediately turned pale when he saw what happened behind him. The collapsed vortex behind Wang Lin was the same as the gray gas. In the blink of an eye, it turned into more than 10 similar-sized vortexes that chased after Wang Lin. No matter what he did, he couldn't make the vortex dissipate. Instead, the more he attacked, the more vortexes appeared. This was the first time Wang Lin had encountered something like this in his life. With his cultivation, he could tell at a glance that these vortexes weren't illusions. Each one was real. I can't break them up, I can't use treasures, and I can't even use spells. Once these vortexes collapse again, they will split into hundreds. How can I avoid them then? The vortexes got closer and closer and continued to absorb the gray gas in the air. It was as if they were growing stronger. Wang Lin knew that even with the ancient god furnace, he could only maintain the distance for a short while. As time passed, the distance would be shortened. Since I can't avoid them, I'll fight them head-on. Wang Lin stopped. He couldn't give the vortexes any more time to grow. The moment he stopped, the ancient god power filled his body. Popping sounds came from his body, and in an instant, Wang Lin's body expanded infinitely. The true body of the ancient god appeared once again. His body was thousands of feet tall, and it seemed like he could support the world with one hand. 5 ancient god stars rotated between his eyebrows. The moment the dozen or so vortexes closed in, Wang Lin let out a heaven-shaking roar. He didn't escape, but stepped forward. There was a flash of the ancient god furnace, and he disappeared. He reappeared before the vortexes at the very front. In the depths of the 5th cave in the celestial spirit heaven realm, there was a wooden bridge. Black water flowed under the bridge, and there were ferocious figures swimming through the water. There was a person sitting on the wooden bridge. It was impossible to see this person's appearance, but one could vaguely see that he was wearing armor. He was surrounded by a dense, black mist that gave off a gloomy, devilish aura. The devilish aura was so dense that it made this place seem like a devilish realm. His body was motionless, and he was still sitting there. There was a small bottle floating before him. The bottle was sealed, so it was impossible to see what was inside. Who will be the first to come out? I wonder how many years it has been since I tasted human flesh and blood. The figure in the black mist slowly opened his eyes, revealing a crazed bloodthirst. He licked his lips and let out a hoarse, bone-rubbing sound. Make up for last month's debt. Including the interest, he still owed 1 chapter. Is that so? Chapter 1014. The ancient god true body that was thousands of feet tall made Wang Lin look like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. The ancient god cauldron around his body flashed, and he suddenly appeared before a whirlwind. This whirlwind could not be destroyed by force. Wang Lin had learned this before. The moment he appeared, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He roared and did not use the cyan light shield. Instead, he used his body to resist the whirlwind. I want to see how strong this whirlwind is compared to my ancient god true body. The whirlwind moved at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it closed in on Wang Lin and wrapped around Wang Lin's body. The close contact made Wang Lin feel as if he had been hit by a giant wave. There was also a strong wind within the giant wave that tore at his body. It was as if it wanted to tear his body into pieces and merge with the whirlwind. As the whirlwind landed on Wang Lin's body, it tore and merged with Wang Lin's body. There were loud bangs, and Wang Lin's body was forced back 3 steps by the impact. The moment he was forced back, the ancient god cauldron around Wang Lin's body flashed again. His body disappeared and reappeared thousands of feet away, avoiding the impact of the 4 whirlwinds. Wang Lin's expression was serious. Using his body to test the power of the whirlwind allowed Wang Lin to clearly calculate how many whirlwinds his body could withstand. If it was a normal cultivator, they would definitely be torn into pieces by this whirlwind. Even their origin souls would not be able to escape. Even with my ancient god body, I felt pain. What is this whirlwind? Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly. At this moment, the whirlwind in front of him came again. There was a flash of cyan light around Wang Lin's body. The cyan light shield immediately became thousands of feet large and started to spin around him. With my ancient god body and the cyan light shield, I should be able to dissolve this whirlwind. Wang Lin moved and headed straight for the whirlwind. There were 3 whirlwinds in front of him that were the fastest. The instant Wang Lin neared, they crashed into the azure light shield in front of Wang Lin. A rumbling sound reverberated, and the azure light shield immediately flashed. The unimaginable recoil forced Wang Lin to retreat. At the same time, 9 more whirlwinds came whistling. The moment Wang Lin retreated, they rushed out from the front and collided with the cyan light shield again. Surrounded by the cyan light shield, Wang Lin's body retreated again. There seemed to be no end to this retreat. Under the continuous attacks of the whirlwind, he retreated again and again. When the 9 whirlwinds all dissipated, Wang Lin did not know how far he had retreated. Even though he had the ancient god body, he was only a 5-star one. At this moment, under the continuous attacks of the whirlwinds, even with the cyan light shield blocking them, Wang Lin's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The danger was not over yet. In front of him, there were still 15 whirlwinds coming. The last 15 whirlwinds almost formed a string and headed straight for Wang Lin. Even if he used the ancient god cauldron to avoid them, the speed of the whirlwinds would not be able to separate them. Rumble, 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 rumble. Earth-shattering sounds reverberated in an instant. The 15 whirlwinds collided with the cyan light shield at almost the same time. All of them dissipated and turned into a destructive power. The cyan light shield was suddenly pressed down and almost stuck to Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, he suppressed it and didn't cough it out. His body was like a kite with a broken string as he was thrown back. Tens of thousands of feet away, Wang Lin's body suddenly landed, and a shockwave spread out like crazy. A large amount of black sand flew into the air and covered the sky. After a long time, the black sand gradually dissipated. There was a huge pit on the ground. Wang Lin's ancient god body had shrunk to the size of a normal person. He revealed a bitter smile as he struggled to stand up and walk out of the pit. Looking at the black sand desert around him, Wang Lin let out a deep breath. There was still lingering fear in his eyes. This is the first time a 5-star ancient god body has been injured like this. I don't know what this whirlwind is, but it's shockingly powerful. If I give it another chance to split, I won't be able to resist it. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. After his avatar fused with his original body, he could battle Nirvana cleanser cultivators. He originally thought that aside from being at the late stage of Nirvana cleanser and Nirvana shatterer, he was safe enough. His ancient god body was extremely powerful. However, at this moment, Wang Lin felt a sense of danger. Looking at the black sand desert around him, Wang Lin felt like he had returned to the land of the ancient god. He had to be extremely cautious, as one mistake could lead to a fatal disaster. I've been too comfortable recently. The increase in my cultivation level and the fusion of my avatar and original body has made me less cautious than before. Wang Lin pondered as he clenched his fist and revealed a cautious gaze. This kind of gaze hadn't appeared in his eyes for a long time. After the crisis in the Black Sand Desert, Wang Lin had regained his previous caution. This is Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's cave, and danger is everywhere. I can't be careless and must always be cautious. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't spread out his divine sense, but carefully circled his body. He slowly walked forward. With his intelligence, he naturally thought that although the appearance of the gray gas was a coincidence, it was most likely caused by his divine sense spreading out. Although the gray gas was powerful at first, Wang Lin could resist it. However, now that he had calmed down, he vaguely understood that if he spread out his divine sense again, perhaps what would appear wouldn't be the gray gas, but something else. This feeling was very mysterious. It came from Wang Lin's more than 1,000 years of cultivation. It was a sliver of divine sense that was born from his comprehension of the heavens and earth. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. He shook the flag and opened it up. Wang Lin's left hand reached into it, and a soul fragment appeared in his hand. The soul fragment had a fierce expression. After being refined by the 1 billion soul flag, it had lost its consciousness. After it appeared, it respectfully floated next to Wang Lin. Wang Lin put away the 1 billion soul flag and pointed to the forehead of the soul fragment. He immediately left some of his divine sense inside. After doing this, his body flickered and he charged forward. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin was very far away from the soul fragment. He took a deep breath and didn't spread out his divine sense. Instead, he used his divine sense. The divine sense he had left on the soul fragment immediately spread out. However, just at this moment, a powerful sense of danger entered Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to cut off the connection. The moment that sliver of divine sense was cut off, Wang Lin vaguely saw the wind and clouds gather where the soul fragment was. A ray of gray light descended from the sky and landed on the soul fragment. At this moment, the soul fragment was shattered. Cold sweat beaded on Wang Lin's forehead. Thankfully, he was prepared, and the divine sense connection was cut off quickly. He didn't cause any changes. He stared at the sky, his scalp numb. Although the gray light disappeared in an instant, it gave Wang Lin the feeling that it was countless times more terrifying than the dozens of vortexes combined. After a long moment of silence, Wang Lin turned and continued forward through the black desert. Time passed. There was no day or night here. The sky was always gray, as if it were a sandstorm. During the month, Wang Lin traveled very, very far into the desert. During that time, he didn't see a single person, not even a single living thing. There were no plants here, and all he could see was barren black sand. After looking at it for a long time, even his heart seemed to grow dark. Wang Lin's expression was even more gloomy than before. This place was like a dead end, a prison. It was a place where people would gradually feel despair, a kind of despair toward life. Although cultivators couldn't compare to mortals, if they stayed here for too long, their hearts would be filled with darkness. It would gradually affect their nascent divinity, and their personality would be filled with viciousness. In fact, they would almost be demonized. If a devil cultivator lived here, it would be like a holy land. Their cultivation base would definitely increase, but in the end, their nascent divinity would be demonized, and they would become mindless devils. Wang Lin was silent the entire way as he slowly moved forward. Fortunately, he didn't encounter the strange gray gas during this month. However, from Wang Lin's point of view, the sense of danger hadn't disappeared. Instead, as he moved forward, the sense of danger became stronger and stronger. There were several times when Wang Lin could clearly feel a faint fluctuation of divine sense pass by like the wind. However, no matter how much Wang Lin tried, He couldn't find where this divine sense came from. He couldn't fly in the sky. During this month, he had taken out his soul and tried to fly again. However, when his soul rose more than 200 feet into the sky, it silently collapsed. As his feet landed on the sand, Wang Lin's expression became even more grim. There was a faint black gas flowing on his face, but Wang Lin's eyes were clear. I wonder how Situ is doing. Situ's cultivation is close to the Devil Dao. If he is in this kind of environment, he will definitely gain something. Wang Lin silently raised his right hand and grabbed at his face. Strands of black gas immediately came out of his face and entered Wang Lin's right hand. Looking at the black gas in his hand, Wang Lin felt a trace of the scattered devil's aura from the past. Devilish energy. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he clenched his right hand. The mass of black gas suddenly collapsed and scattered into countless pieces. In the blink of an eye, the black gas had covered more than 1,000 feet and gradually dissipated. Wang Lin suddenly stopped and stared at the dissipating black gas. His eyes gradually became spirited. Perhaps I can do this. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before continuing forward. He didn't know where he should go. In this endless black sand wilderness, everything looked the same. He couldn't tell north from south. Wang Lin could only keep moving forward and find a way out. Time passed like this once more. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Wang Lin, who had been trapped here for 2 months, was covered in dense, black gas. From afar, Wang Lin looked a bit thinner, like a devil god. Following his footsteps, he slowly moved forward. On this day, Wang Lin's eyes were closed. As he moved forward, his expression didn't change at all. But at this moment, a weak divine sense suddenly swept past from a distance. It came from Wang Lin and flew over at an extremely fast speed. The 9th time, Wang Lin didn't stop as he muttered to himself. In these 2 months, this was the 9th time a divine sense had swept past. What made Wang Lin feel pressure was that these 9 divine senses were all different. It was clear that there were 9 people. After 3 breaths of time, the divine sense was withdrawn and passed by Wang Lin again. Wang Lin's expression was calm, as if he didn't notice it, and continued forward. Still not enough. After the divine sense was withdrawn, Wang Lin looked into the distance. His eyes flashed, and he muttered. Walking in this black sand desert, especially without the cycle of day and night, it was easy to forget the existence of time. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin was used to loneliness, he would have gone crazy here. Compared to the loneliness here, whether it was decades of meditation or the 100 years he spent in the land of the ancient god, they were all far greater. To Wang Lin, this kind of loneliness was nothing. As he walked, his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. The loneliness of his back seemed to be able to show the loneliness in Wang Lin's heart. One person, one world. They silently existed, silently walked, and there was no end. 1 month, 1 month, 1 month. In this black sand desert, Wang Lin walked for half a year. For an ordinary cultivator, this half a year could make them go crazy. This wasn't meditation, this wasn't breathing, this was constantly moving forward. In this desolate place, he was enduring the pressure of the entire world. However, to Wang Lin, this was nothing. In the endless black desert, a divine sense swept past Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with coldness. The 32nd strand. I have enough devil energy. At this moment, Wang Lin's body was surrounded by clouds. From a distance, his devil energy was monstrous, like a black flame burning in the desert. The divine sense swept past and disappeared into the distance behind Wang Lin. After several breaths of time, the 32nd strand of divine sense rapidly shrank. But as it neared Wang Lin, the devil flames around Wang Lin suddenly exploded out. He had waited for half a year, accumulated for half a year, and observed for half a year. During this time, Wang Lin had silently waited for the devil energy to naturally form in this environment. During this time, he had to be careful not to allow the devil energy to enter his nascent soul. But now all of this exploded out. The devil flames roiled and shot up into the sky. It was as if the black flames wanted to devour the heavens. In the air, it turned into a giant devil shadow that viciously swallowed the retreating divine sense. As it swallowed, a portion of the divine sense was swallowed up by the devil flames. At this moment, Wang Lin could clearly feel an icy cold origin energy follow the devil energy into his mind. There is still some of the divine sense left, but it quickly shrank back. It used some unknown method to escape from the devil flames and was about to leave. Within the black fog, Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly. He had waited for half a year for this moment, and everything was going according to plan. The moment the divine sense escaped, Wang Lin spread out his arms and let out a roar that he had been holding back for half a year. At this instant, all of the demonic energy around Wang Lin rushed out like a storm. Strands of demonic energy flew out from Wang Lin's body. As Wang Lin stood on the ground, a large amount of demonic energy came out from his body and gathered in the air. In the blink of an eye, the demonic energy had covered an area of several thousand feet. And within this black fog, Wang Lin's true appearance that had been hidden for half a year was revealed as the black fog drilled out from his body. Anyone who was familiar with Wang Lin would gasp when they saw the current Wang Lin. At this moment, although Wang Lin's clothes were the same as before, his long hair was as black as ink and moved without any wind. His face was sunken in, and at first glance he looked like a bag of bones. The sockets of his eyes were sunken with black blood vessels. This made Wang Lin no longer look like a normal cultivator, but more like a demonic cultivator. In addition, a vicious aura surrounded Wang Lin's temperament, causing his entire appearance to change. Half a year of gathering devil energy shouldn't have caused Wang Lin to change so much, and he shouldn't have been able to gather such a large amount of devil energy. If he wanted to reach this level of devil energy, he would have to cultivate here for at least dozens of years. The reason Wang Lin was able to do this was because he wasn't a righteous cultivator. He had cultivated for more than 1,000 years, so it could be said that he was both righteous and demonic. Once he used the demonic finger, he would instantly turn into a demonic cultivator. He would use an extreme force to display a supreme spell. As he spread his arms, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. The devil energy above him rotated rapidly and continued to spread. The moment the divine sense was about to escape, Wang Lin let out a roar. With this roar, the endless devil energy suddenly collapsed. Just like the small ball of devil energy in Wang Lin's hand half a year ago, the moment it shattered, it rapidly spread. It spread too fast, and one could only see the devil energy in the sky surging. It immediately spread for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the divine sense was immediately surrounded. If this was it, it wouldn't meet Wang Lin's requirements. This was only the second step of his plan. There was still the third step. As the devil energy spread for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Wang Lin's right foot mercilessly stomped the ground, and a deep pit appeared. Wang Lin moved like a bolt of lightning and charged forward at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, the black blood vessels on his face moved, and the devil energy in his body continued to spread out. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky with the demonic finger. Borrowing the power of the demonic finger, he controlled the devil energy in the sky to slow down the dissipation of the devil energy. As he moved forward, Wang Lin was always surrounded by the devil energy. At this moment, Wang Lin's mind was clear. He knew that he couldn't afford to waste any time. Every second, a large amount of the devil energy around him would dissipate. If he couldn't find the person who released the divine sense before all the devil energy dissipated, then his half a year of hiding would fail. His speed reached the fastest in his life. He turned into a meteor and charged at the divine sense that was locked onto by the divine sense. If one looked down from the sky, they would be able to clearly see this shocking scene. A ring-shaped demonic aura enveloped a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles and was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. However, this ring-shaped demonic aura was rapidly dissipating. Inside the devil energy, there was a black figure moving like lightning. It was impossible to see its true appearance, only fragments. If Wang Lin wanted to leave the black sand desert, the divine sense that was sweeping toward him was the key. However, here, Wang Lin couldn't use his divine sense to chase. Although he didn't know why the divine sense didn't cause any changes, Wang Lin couldn't try. He could only endure and wait. However, he didn't have the time to wait for dozens of years. If he did, forget about helping Zhou Yi. Even Situnan and Wang Lin wouldn't be able to cure the devil energy. All of this happened half a year ago when he discovered that a strand of devil energy had formed in his body. After this strand of devil energy was crushed, it immediately spread out for hundreds of meters. In that instant, Wang Lin immediately felt that everything within 100 meters was in a state of emptiness. In this emptiness, he had an epiphany. He tried to spread out his divine sense and found that there was no resistance. It immediately spread out for hundreds of meters and didn't cause any changes in the process. This discovery immediately opened a door for him, who was at a loss. In order to accumulate more devil energy, in order to shorten the time, Wang Lin decisively chose to use the demonic finger. He used it countless times a day, making the speed at which he absorbed devil energy similar to a real demonic cultivator. This was why he had so much devilish energy. However, the price was very high. Not only did Wang Lin's appearance change greatly, but as he continued to absorb the devilish energy, he gained a devilish intent. He shot forward at top speed, his divine sense spreading out for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. As the devil energy dissipated, the distance between them shrank. His divine sense spread out into the ring of devilish energy and didn't cause any change. However, Wang Lin knew that if his divine sense left the ring of devilish energy and spread out a bit more, it would cause a change in the black sand desert. Wang Lin could still vividly remember the gray light that had descended from the sky half a year ago. He sped forward at top speed, his divine sense spreading out to lock onto the shrinking divine sense. In the space of a few breaths, the devil energy that surrounded him, despite the control of the demonic finger, was rapidly dissipating. By now, only less than half of it remained. Faster, Wang Lin gritted his teeth and roared inwardly. The fleeing divine sense suddenly stopped in place and shot up into the sky. It's been cut off. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He had predicted that his opponent would do something like this. He had cut off the divine sense in exchange for not being discovered. The moment the divine sense was cut off, Wang Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood. A blinding red light shone as Wang Lin dove into the red light and shot forward. Blood escape. Blood escape was a technique that harmed the body in exchange for extreme speed. Half a year ago, Wang Lin hadn't used this technique against the whirlwind because as the whirlwind chased after him, it would continuously absorb the gray energy, increasing its speed. Blood escape could only increase the speed for a short period of time and couldn't last long. In the end, he wouldn't be able to escape. There was a flash of bloodlight, and Wang Lin's speed increased. He ignored the divine sense that was cut off and charged forward. Borrowing the devilish energy that had shrunk to less than half its original size, he charged out and chased after the divine sense that was cut off. In the distance, a giant shadow gradually appeared at the end of Wang Lin's sight. Chapter 10:16. This black shadow became larger and larger in Wang Lin's eyes until it completely appeared before him. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. He was familiar with this black shadow, very familiar. It was a black tower that stood in this desolate, black desert. Waves of devilish energy came from it, and before one even got close, one could feel the aura that could make one go crazy. Wang Lin had seen this kind of black tower before. In the Sky Demon country, that cold snort almost caused Wang Lin's body to collapse. It was a scattered devil tower that couldn't even escape the spell of the things inside the tower. If not for the stimulation from his celestial ascension fruit, he would have completely lost himself. Scattered devil. Back then, Bei Lu said that there were 9 scattered devils under the ancient devil. Back then, I only met one of them, and it was the only one outside the demon spirit land. I didn't think there would be a scattered devil tower in celestial Emperor Qing Lin's cave. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stopped. His face was slightly red. This was the result of using the blood escape. When he stopped, all the devilish energy in the sky dissipated. There's a scattered devil in the celestial Emperor cave. An ancient demon Bei Lu is in a hurry to come. The flower imperial concubine said that after the celestial realm collapsed, celestial Emperor Qing Lin encountered two creatures from the outside and was seriously injured. Those two creatures from the outside should be ancient demon Bei Lu and the ancient devil. When Wang Lin saw the black tower, it was as if lightning had flashed through his mind. Various thoughts appeared, and Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He vaguely grasped some clues. In the demon spirit land, ancient demon Bei Lu was divided into 9 parts and sealed in 9 different places. Over the countless years, what should have been a celestial realm has become a place filled with demonic energy. Who sealed ancient demon Bei Lu? Why are there only scattered devils and no ancient devils in the demon spirit land? Where is the ancient devil? According to this analysis, the ancient devil must be in the 5th cave, where celestial Emperor Qing Lin is in closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin's mind suddenly became clear. He had long suspected all of this, and now that he saw the Devil Pagoda, he immediately had countless speculations. Scattered devil. I wonder if I can fight a scattered devil with my current cultivation. Wang Lin circulated the origin energy in his body, and the injuries caused by the blood escape art were immediately suppressed. Wang Lin's face was filled with viciousness. After enduring for half a year, coupled with the invasion of Devil Qi, his killing intent was on full display. Furthermore, his current appearance was even more ferocious. Taking a step forward, Wang Lin directly stepped forward. The Black Pagoda didn't seem far, but in reality, there was still some distance in this flat black sand desert. However, this was nothing to Wang Lin. As he strode forward, the distance between them rapidly closed. However, the moment he moved forward, the ground outside the Black Pagoda began to tremble. Countless grains of sand gathered from all directions. In an instant, dozens of people formed from sand appeared a few dozen feet away from Wang Lin. These people's clothes were simple and unadorned, and they looked like ancient people. After they appeared, demonic qi whistled out, and each of their demonic qi condensed in midair, unexpectedly turning into a strange figure. It was an old man with a ghostly glow in his eyes. He stared at Wang Lin and pointed forward with his illusory right hand. Immediately, the dozens of people formed from sand let out roars and charged forward. Rays of divine abilities filled the sky. Multicolored lights flashed as they closed in on Wang Lin. The viciousness on Wang Lin's face erupted. After half a year of suppressing himself, he stepped forward without hesitation. In an instant, he was in front of one of the people formed from sand. His right index finger moved and pointed to the spot between the person's eyebrows. With a bang, the body of the person formed from sand trembled and collapsed. It turned into a large amount of sand that scattered on the ground. Mere puppets think you can stop me. Wang Lin's body flickered, and in the next breath, he appeared next to another sand puppet. His right hand formed a palm, and a divine ability spread out. With one sweep, the puppet collapsed. At that moment, the divine abilities of the dozens of puppets closed in. They turned into various forms and charged at Wang Lin. The instant they closed in on Wang Lin's right eye flashed with azure light. The azure light shield appeared and swept across the area. Bang, 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 bang. All the divine abilities were stopped 10 feet away from Wang Lin. None of them could enter. Wang Lin moved like lightning. As he moved forward, he swept his right index finger and quickly pointed at the bodies of the puppets. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Wang Lin moved forward, the rumbles never stopped. Every rumble represented the collapse of a puppet. The hostility on Wang Lin's face became even stronger. His body flickered, and he appeared before the last sand puppet. He jumped into the air, and his right hand grabbed the puppet's head. As the heaven-shaking rumble echoed, he flew into the air, but he didn't exceed the limit of 200 feet. Call the wind. The moment he got up, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the old man formed by the devilish energy puppets. The old man's face was filled with shock. Everything had happened too fast. He didn't even have time to react before the slaughter was over. In his eyes, this youth filled with hostility was even more of a devil than he was. What he didn't know was that after half a year in the Black Sand Desert, the devilish energy had caused Wang Lin's devilish nature to erupt once more. The moment he said, "Call the wind," a black wind appeared in the black desert and turned into 4 black dragons. However, this time, there was a strange change to the 4 black dragons. Each of the 4 black dragons had a long horn on their heads. The teeth in their mouths were all exposed, and their sharp teeth would cause anyone's scalp to go numb. These were no celestial black dragons. They were clearly devil dragons. When the 4 devil dragons appeared, they didn't blow out cold wind like before. Instead, they inhaled deeply, and the black wind surrounding them was all sucked back by the 4 black dragons. As they devoured the black wind, popping sounds came from the bodies of the 4 black dragons. 4 black dragon armors appeared on the bodies of the 4 black dragons. These armors weren't complete, only a small portion had appeared. However, the fierce armor and countless spikes made the 4 devil dragons even more devilish. This scene shocked not only the old man, but even Wang Lin was startled. However, he didn't have time to think about it. There was only one sentence echoing in his mind. What kind of celestial spell is this? This is clearly a devilish attack. As Wang Lin pointed, the 4 devil dragons charged at the old man, made of devilish energy. The old man's expression changed greatly. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal to use a spell. But right at this moment, the 4 demonic dragons roared in unison, transforming into a world-shaking sound wave that rose into the sky in this world of black sand. This roar contained a supreme, devilish intent. The old man's body trembled, and the spell he was about to cast was interrupted. He immediately retreated and was about to return to the black tower in the distance. The 4 devil dragons chased like crazy. Their large mouths and ferocious teeth, as well as the saliva falling from the sky, were all shocking. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he followed the black dragons toward the black tower. He remained below 200 feet, and even the 4 devil dragons were the same. The old man's eyes were filled with fear as he fled toward the black tower. However, his cultivation level was only equal to an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator, so he couldn't struggle against the mutated black dragons. As the 4 black dragons closed in, the old man let out a desperate roar. "Lord Devil's servant, save me!" Just as his voice echoed, his vision went black and intense pain spread through his body. He lost all consciousness. The 4 devil dragons seemed to be fighting for food. They almost began to tear each other apart, and one of them devoured the old man. At this moment, dozens of people flew out from the black tower. They were all wearing black robes that even covered their heads. They floated in the air and stared at the 4 devil dragons with cold gazes. A total of 32 divine senses. The old man that died was one of them, and there are 31 more. Wang Lin clearly remembered all the divine senses he had scanned this place over the past 6 months. There were only 32 divine senses here. None of the people that flew out from the Black Tower were weaker than him. The moment they appeared, killing intent appeared on Wang Lin's face. He clearly understood that if he wanted to leave this place, all the mysteries were here. If he didn't kill them, they wouldn't let him go. Wang Lin charged toward these people with the 4 devil dragons surrounding him. Devil Saint, slaughter, thought. An old voice came from the people in black. At this instant, all of them formed a seal and pointed to the spot between their eyebrows. In an instant, waves of devil chi rushed out in a large area and quickly turned into an illusory devil shadow in the sky above them. This devilish shadow hadn't even formed when Wang Lin pointed with his right hand. The 4 devil dragons roared and charged at the devilish shadow. Then, Wang Lin revealed a dark expression and took a step forward. Like a sharp sword, he charged at the people in front of him. As he charged out, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the god-slaying spear condensed. Wang Lin threw it forward with killing intent. The god-slaying spear was like a bolt of black lightning as it caught up to the 4 devil dragons. It was as if it had turned into a 5th dragon and collided with the illusory shadow. There was a loud bang as if the ground was shaking. Even the darkness in the sky seemed like it was going to collapse. The devil dragon dissipated and the god-slaying spear also shattered. The devil shadow let out an angry roar and created a powerful impact that forced Wang Lin to retreat a few steps. He gloomily looked at Wang Lin. After the angry roar, the illusory shadow twisted and broke into pieces. Even the people in black that had summoned the illusory shadow trembled and collapsed one by one. However, the moment they collapsed, Wang Lin took a step forward. He was extremely fast and arrived before the people in black. His right hand swept across, and the heads of the people in black flew into the air. These heads all looked different and were surrounded by black gas. "I have great use for your heads." Wang Lin stared at the black tower that was only 100 feet tall. His gaze fell on the top of the tower. From there, he could clearly see a person silently standing there. "Servant of the water element scattered devil, Ming Hai. Kill me, and you will have a chance to obtain Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's mountain and river paintings desert dust." Everything he owed from last month, including interest, had been paid. He was too embarrassed to ask for monthly votes these 2 days. After all, although it was the 3rd chapter, he owed everyone from before. Tomorrow, he will release 3 chapters. This time, there will be no more chapters owed, so he asked everyone to support him with monthly votes. Chapter 1017. This person was wearing gray armor, and strands of devilish energy came out of his body to form a hideous devilish shadow behind him. As he stood there, it was as if he had merged with the black sand desert. Under the gray armor, it was impossible to see this person's appearance. One could only see a pair of cold eyes that revealed a ruthless gaze. His voice was calm and without any emotion. When he spoke, he silently stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He waved his right hand and put all the heads into his bag of holding. Then he looked up at this person. Wang Lin felt a cultivation no weaker than a nirvana cleanser cultivator from this person. What made him feel even more strange was that aside from the devilish energy, there was also celestial energy around this person. Wang Lin looked at the man and calmly said, "Am I the only one here?" The man pondered a bit before shaking his head. His eyes shined, and he slowly said, "Defeat me, and you will know everything." After he finished speaking, he took a step forward. With his step, he jumped off the black tower. While he was in the air, his right hand mercilessly reached out. 5 sharp howls echoed and turned into 5 strands of black smoke that shot toward Wang Lin. These 5 strands of black smoke seemed to be able to cut through the void. As they closed in, 5 ferocious marks appeared as if they were going to cut through the sky. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he immediately retreated a few steps. The 5 strands of black smoke landed where Wang Lin was standing and kicked up a large amount of sand. It was as if waves of sand had been set off in the black sand desert. In the blink of an eye, the 5 strands of black smoke were hundreds of feet tall and smashed down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Summon the rain." After he spoke, the world changed colors, and countless raindrops appeared. They formed countless crystals and fell along with Wang Lin's words. This rain contained the power of the heavens and earth. When it fell, the sand that was kicked up immediately began to dissipate. Wang Lin didn't stop and continued to retreat. The seal on his right hand changed, and the rain gathered like crazy. In an instant, everything within 10,000 feet was covered in rain. The rain that fell from the sky shot forward like thousands of swords when Wang Lin waved his hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the endless raindrops quickly dissipated the waves of sand. At this moment, the man called Ming Hai's figure pierced through the sand. He pointed his right hand forward and said in a low voice, "Sandstorm." The sand in front of him trembled and flew into the air. It let out a sharp howl as it flew toward Wang Lin from all directions. Even further away, it was as if this place was the center. Endless amounts of sand surged toward Wang Lin. The speed of the sand was too fast, and it was coming from all directions. It was as if it wanted to devour Wang Lin. Looking from above, the surrounding sand was like a wave that was gathering together. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he spat out an item. The 18 Hell celestial sealing stamp appeared and grew to the size of a small mountain. Wang Lin shouted, "Magic Arsenal," and waved his right hand. The sound of ghosts crying echoed across the world. As Wang Lin waved his hand, crystal light shined on the ground. The crystal light turned into souls, including the soul of the blood ancestor. There were also the souls of the celestials and the countless people killed by Wang Lin. These souls formed by Wang Lin's celestial spell let out roars that replaced all sounds in the world. Their roars suppressed the howls of the sand as they scattered around Wang Lin. With a thought from Wang Lin, these souls charged out in all directions. Among them, the blood ancestor's soul was the most domineering. It suddenly turned around and stared at Wang Lin with its blood-red eyes. It let out a roar, but didn't attack Wang Lin. Instead, it charged out. There were also the souls of the celestials. They seemed to have gone crazy as they charged out. Among these souls were people from the Slaughter Realm. They were new to the Slaughter Realm, and when they appeared, they were filled with killing intent. As the countless grains of sand flew toward Wang Lin, they collided with the souls. At this moment, a thunderous rumble echoed across the world. Ming Hai's expression was calm as he pointed at his brow. A ray of white light came out and turned into a 3-inch sword. This sword was completely white, and the moment it appeared, it released a shocking amount of sword energy. This sword energy was so strong that it seemed like it could split the sky. This sword was given to me by the Celestial Emperor. Its name is Feng Zhu. Ming Hai's melancholic voice echoed. He raised his head and threw the sword forward. The sword immediately released a flash of white light. It was so fast that it turned into a white line and closed in on Wang Lin. This sword has a spirit. To die before it is your good fortune. Ming Hai let out a sigh. It was impossible to see his expression because of the black smoke, but his sigh entered Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to form a fist, and the shadow of an ancient god appeared behind him. With one step, he pierced through a large amount of sand and threw a punch at the white light. There was a thunderous bang, and a whirlwind appeared before Wang Lin. This whirlwind broke through all the sand and collided with the white light. A heaven-shaking sword energy suddenly erupted. Even Ling Tianho's sword energy couldn't compare to this. This sword energy was like a rainbow. The moment it appeared, the vortex formed by Wang Lin's punch began to collapse from the middle. It was cut open by force. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he retreated once more. His right hand threw several punches, and, as the rumbles echoed, he retreated more than 1,000 feet before he was able to avoid the sword energy. Ming Hai's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment as he turned around and walked toward the Black Tower. The small sword broke through all obstacles and turned into a ray of white light as it charged toward Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin frowned, and his right eye released a flash of green light. The moment the white light closed in, the azure light shield appeared. It circled around Wang Lin and collided with the white light. As popping sounds echoed, the ancient god shadow behind Wang Lin became even more solid. While he pondered, the ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated, and memories of ancient god Tu-Si's inheritance flashed through his mind. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin raised his hands before him. His fingers crossed and formed a strange seal. Seize the merit of the heavens and earth. Obtain the spirit of the universe. Form an ancient clan. Eternal will. The language of the ancient gods slowly came out of Wang Lin's mouth. As his voice rose and fell, The ancient god shadow behind Wang Lin slowly raised its hands and formed the same seal. Although Wang Lin had inherited a lot of ancient god spells, very few of them could be used with the power of 5 stars. Aside from summoning the power of the ancient gods to form the god-slaying spear, there was another spell. This spell was the limit of a 5-star ancient god, and it was called Merit Spirit. Besides the small white sword, the target of this spell was the man named Ming Hai. Wang Lin's eyes glowed as he formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, all the ancient god power in his body surged and flowed from between his eyebrows to the seal on his hands. Seize the merit of the heavens and earth. The entire world changed in that instant. The dark sky looked as if it was being torn apart by giant arms, and the ground trembled. Countless grains of sand were sent flying in all directions. Because of that, the many souls formed by magic beans immediately charged forward. As the world changed, strands of origin energy gathered in the endless space outside the demon spirit land. They broke through the vortex in the East Demon Spirit Sea and directly entered the 5th cave. They moved unhindered through the demon spirit land, broke through everything, and charged into the 5th cave through the 9 dragon formation. At that moment, on a wooden bridge in the cave, the white jade bottle floating in front of the person in the black fog who was meditating immediately began to violently tremble. A voice immediately came from the black fog. The eyes of the person in the fog suddenly exploded with a dark light. He suddenly raised his head and saw a black vortex in front of him. At that moment, strands of world energy rushed out from the vortex and charged towards the jade bottle. It can actually trigger the power of the heavens and earth outside. The person inside the black fog was shocked. I thought there were only 4 people that needed to be taken seriously this time, but I didn't expect there to be one more. A murmur came from the fog. A ghostly light flickered, and a withered arm suddenly stretched out from the fog. It grabbed the white jade bottle and mercilessly squeezed. The origin energy that rushed in immediately began to collapse and dissipate on a large scale. Just as the person inside the fog crushed the origin energy that rushed in, Wang Lin's ancient god language echoed once more in the black sand desert. Take the soul of the universe. After he spoke, the ancient god shadow behind Wang Lin let out a roar. This roar shook the world as if it contained a power that could split the world in half. It was like extracting the soul of the mountain, the soul of the planet, and the soul of the universe. The universe originally had no soul, but the ancient god spell could extract a will from it. A will. This was an extremely powerful divine ability among the ancient gods. However, depending on the level of one's cultivation, the amount of power it could unleash would vary. If a 9-star ancient god used this skill to extract the soul of the universe, they could even extract some of the laws of the world for their own use. They could change the heavenly Tao and reverse the universe. After all, Wang Lin was only a 5-star ancient god. He couldn't do this, but with his status as a royal ancient god, he could still cause the black sand desert to tremble. The demonic figure in the fog on the wooden bridge in the cave had just crushed the power of heaven and earth that had fused in. Immediately, the white jade bottle began to tremble even more violently, as if there was a force that was constantly emitting a suction force. The black wooden stopper that blocked the mouth of the bottle actually shrank a bit, as if it were about to be sucked into the bottle. The eyes of the person inside the fog suddenly shone with ghostly light. Chapter 1018. Steal the Merit of the Heavens. Although the origin energy in Wang Lin's body was blocked outside, the origin energy inside his body rushed out and fused with his ancient god power before disappearing through his hands. The moment it dissipated, Wang Lin formed a seal and a thin, white line appeared. Take the soul of the universe. This caused a storm to appear in the black sand desert. Strands of black gas appeared and gathered before Wang Lin to form a black line. These 2 lines intersected to form a diamond-shaped tattoo. This tattoo was far more complex than any of the ancestral tattoos in the Forsaken Immortal clan. Just looking at it would cause one to feel dizzy. Form the ancient clan, Eternal Will. The moment Wang Lin finished speaking, the diamond-shaped tattoo gave off a black and white light and slowly floated forward. As it floated forward, the diamond-shaped talisman expanded ceaselessly, and in the end, it actually became almost 3 kilometers in size. It stood erect in the heavens and the earth like a wall that pushed forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed wherever the diamond-shaped tattoo passed. The darkness in the sky was pushed back. Even the black sand on the ground was pushed back. It was as if all traces of the world had been scraped away. The giant diamond-shaped tattoo was clearly visible in the sky. As it moved forward, everything before it would be destroyed. Wang Lin revealed a tired expression. With his ancient god cultivation, it was not easy to use this spell. This was why he hadn't used it before. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to leave this place, he wouldn't have casually used it. Although the man named Ming Hai's cultivation level was at the Nirvana cleanser stage, his spells and treasures were heaven-shattering. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the small white sword was pushed back and the hem of the sword echoed across the sky. Ming Hai, who was walking toward the Black Tower, was startled. He turned around to look at the diamond-shaped tattoo and his eyes shined brightly. No matter what your identity is, whether you're an ancient god or a chi cultivator, to be able to use such a spell means you're qualified to witness the ancient might of a sword bestowed by the Celestial Emperor. As the man spoke, he pointed forward with his right hand. The small white sword that was being pushed back immediately let out a heaven-shaking sword cry. A ray of sword energy burst out from it and charged into the sky. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with sword shadows. An ancient sword will suddenly filled the heavens and earth. The sword was filled with vicissitudes. Under the summoning of the small sword, it descended upon the black sand desert. As the sword intent descended, one could see that behind the countless sword shadows in the sky, illusory figures actually appeared. These figures were obviously ancient people, and each of them held a sword in their hands. As the small white sword turned into a white light and charged towards the rhombus rune, the figures in the sky actually danced. As they danced, it was as if they were using various sword techniques to form powerful sword energy. At this moment, the sky was filled with a world of swords. Under the impact of the small white sword, all of the sword energy closed in on the diamond-shaped tattoo. The small white sword was the fastest. In an instant, it touched the huge rhombus rune. With a boom, a large ripple immediately appeared on the rune. Behind the small sword, the sky full of sword shadows whistled over at the same time. It was as if there were countless people forming various sword techniques to release strands of sword energy. These strands of sword energy fused together to form a monstrous sword intent that shot toward the diamond-shaped tattoo. The diamond-shaped tattoo trembled. With this tremble, a rumbling sound echoed. Wang Lin's body immediately trembled and he coughed out blood. This was an offensive spell, but with his cultivation, he would face a powerful backlash. With a cold glint in his eyes, Wang Lin stared ahead. The ancient god star between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, and a large amount of ancient god power was emitted from his body and fused with the diamond-shaped tattoo, causing it to move forward again. As it moved, the black sand disappeared wherever the rhombus-shaped rune passed, revealing a mirror-like white ground. In the sky, the darkness was pushed away, revealing a mirror-like white surface. The ancient sword intent summoned by the small white sword formed countless sword shadows, forcing Mingyu to retreat. Under the ancient god spell, the ancient sword intent was not enough to stop it. Moreover, this small white sword did not contain the complete ancient sword intent, only a portion. As a result, it was impossible to resist. Ming Hai's eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at the giant diamond-shaped tattoo and Wang Lin behind it. He laughed and said, "Good. Since I was able to see this kind of spell in my lifetime, I'll answer one of your questions. I think what you want to know the most is what this place is." This is the first floor of the Celestial Emperor's Cave, the Bottle World. It was originally a place where the Celestial Emperor collected celestial spiritual energy and refined it into celestial spirits. The reason it is called the Bottle World is because this world is all inside a bottle. This bottle was one of the Celestial Emperor's treasures in his early years. However, because the Celestial Emperor was seriously injured, his divine sense collapsed and was replaced by a trace of the Celestial Emperor's desert dust. This caused this place to be filled with black sand. The gray gas you experienced before was formed by the Celestial Emperor's spell. There are a total of 99 realms here, and each realm has the same black sand. You and your companions belong to different places. In addition, I can also tell you that the Celestial Emperor's desert dust art was comprehended from the desert dust art of the 9 mountain and river diagrams, and that desert dust art was sealed in this bottle world. If you are fated, you can take it. However, all of this requires you to kill me. Ming-Hai let out a laugh as he jumped into the air. His eyes revealed a ghostly light as he pointed at the sky and slowly said, I, Ming-Hai, am the Bottle World Spirit. Aside from being given the Fong Bamboo by the Celestial Emperor, I also have a Celestial Emperor spell, Burning the Heavens. As Ming-Hai pointed at the sky, a 9-colored fire began to burn inside his body. This 9-colored fire was red, orange, green, cyan, blue, and purple with black and white mixed in. The fire followed Ming-Hai's finger and charged into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was shrouded in a red light. It was as if the sky was burning. This wasn't the end. As the red light filled the sky, the other colors also appeared. The 9-colored fire filled the sky. At this moment, everything before them was filled with burning flames. Burning the heavens. Burning the heavens. Using the power of burning the heavens to create a heaven-shaking celestial spell. The person who created this celestial spell was Qing Lin. Waves of heat descended from the sky. As the sky burned, all of the darkness disappeared and was replaced by an endless sea of fire. As the sky burned, the sand on the ground began to collapse. One by one, the sand shattered. In the blink of an eye, the entire black sand desert where Wang Lin was turned into hell. All of the sand collapsed, and as it collapsed, it was invaded by the heat wave and began to melt. The black sand turned into a black sea. This shocking scene caused Wang Lin to gasp. He could clearly feel the heat wave approaching his body. His skin immediately began to crack, and even the blood in his body turned into strands of red gas that floated out of his pores. Just this alone was already shocking. However, Wang Lin immediately noticed that the origin energy in his body had changed and was rapidly disappearing. The flames in the sky filled the sky and couldn't be seen at a glance. It was as if the flames would only stop when the sky was burned to ashes. As long as there was a bit of sky left, the flames would continue to burn like crazy. Bursts of crackling sounds echoed across the world. Wang Lin clearly saw 9 fire dragons roaring through the sky, burning the world. This celestial spell was named Burn the Heavens, so its power was unimaginably powerful. If it could burn the sky to ashes, then there was no need to talk about everything below it. The diamond-shaped rune swept forward and the sand on the ground began to melt. The flames in the sky seemed to be pushed away by the rune. However, in an instant, an even greater amount of flames filled the air. Once they burned the sky, it was as if the sky was melting along with the earth. Balls of flames fell from the sky onto the earth, and every time they fell, the earth would tremble. More and more flames fell, and as the diamond-shaped rune moved forward, a large amount of flames began to burn around it. The dense heat wave and black smoke caused Wang Lin to tremble. At this moment, the dark sea's laughter echoed across the world. Condense the power of the heavens to become my celestial spell and destroy all existence. The moment the dark sea's voice echoed, all the flames in the sky swept down and condensed into the diamond-shaped rune. This flame had 9 colors. The 9-colored flames descended from the sky and surrounded the diamond-shaped rune. As more and more flames descended, even the earth began to burn. It was as if the black sand desert had turned into a flaming hell that was going to devour Wang Lin and the diamond-shaped rune. Too much origin energy had been used up in Wang Lin's body. His face was pale as he sat on the diamond-shaped rune. However, as the flames descended, the sky dissipated, and the power to burn the world descended. The diamond-shaped rune collapsed with a bang. As it collapsed, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his arms. The remaining origin energy in his body surged outwards, causing the shattered diamond-shaped rune to scatter in all directions. Although the rune had shattered, it still contained the ancient god's spell. At this moment, it swept in all directions as if a storm had appeared in this endless sea of flames. As the storm swept in all directions, it immediately pushed the flames away. However, this could only stop them for a while. Once the storm dissipated, the flames would return and burn everything. Taking advantage of the moment the flames were pushed away, Wang Lin's eyes turned red. He didn't care that his body was drenched in sweat or that blood was leaking out of his pores. He slapped his bag of holding. God-slaying war chariot. In an instant, a 5-colored light flew out from Wang Lin's bag of holding. With a bang, it turned into the colorful butterfly. Chapter 1019. The colorful butterfly's wings flap. Immediately colorful powder fell. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at Ming Hai, who was in front of him after the flames passed. The colorful butterfly moved forward and flapped its wings. An invisible gust of wind, the power to destroy all rules, suddenly rose in the wreckage of the black sand desert. The moment the 5-colored butterfly appeared, the fog around Ming Hai's body was swept away by a sudden gust of wind. The fog dissipated, revealing the gray armor underneath, as well as the tall and straight figure within the armor. Looking at the 5-colored butterfly, Ming Hai's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. He actually gave up resisting and looked at the butterfly in a daze. As the 5-colored butterfly moved forward, it immediately flapped its wings once more. With a bang, a small portion of Ming Hai's armor collapsed into pieces and fell back. As the 5-colored butterfly closed in, it flapped its wings at the same time. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a large amount of Ming Hai's armor shattered. This was especially so for the armor on his head. Cracking sounds could be heard as large cracks appeared on it. Countless fragments fell from his face. It revealed a head of coarse black hair and a deeply sunken face. He was a middle-aged man with an ancient aura. On his face was a scar above his right eyebrow. If you looked closely, you would see that the scar went all the way through the man's head, and deep within it was a black fragment. Bursts of black gas were emitted from the fragment, continuously merging into Ming Hai's head. Ming Hai withdrew his gaze from the 5-colored butterfly and touched the scar on his forehead. His eyes lit up, and he muttered, "I'm not dead yet." His body flickered, and he instantly charged at Wang Lin. His right hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the sky. The flames in the distance became crazy, as if they were being summoned. They immediately surrounded the diamond-shaped tattoo fragments and closed in with a heat wave. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he immediately charged out. His hands formed a seal, and he bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out a mouthful of blood and waved his right hand. The blood turned into a blood-colored tattoo and landed on the 5-colored butterfly. Every god-slaying war chariot has 5 seals. After the 3rd god-slaying war chariot is activated, the soul beast will turn into a cocoon and become a 5-colored butterfly. However, there are also 5 seals on this butterfly. Only by undoing all of them can a celestial heavenly treasure use the supreme Dharma treasure that can destroy immortals and gods. Turning into a butterfly can be considered the first seal. Now it's time for the 2nd seal to be released. Wang Lin's blood arrow landed on the butterfly. The 5-colored butterfly trembled, and its 5-color body began to flash violently. A 6th color suddenly appeared. Ming Hai quickly moved forward and raised his right hand. There was fire in his right hand, and when he closed in on Wang Lin, he waved his hand. Fire appeared before Wang Lin without hesitation. The ancient god furnace flashed, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, He was behind Ming Hai. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he pressed a finger on his right hand against Ming Hai's back. The withered mother and child Dao beast on his right hand flickered, and a murderous aura spread out. Gray light flashed under Ming Hai's feet. Ming Hai revealed a gloomy smile and opened his arms. With a wave of his hand, the celestial and devil power inside his body exploded and scattered. The gray light under his feet dissipated, and a powerful force rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately retreated, but as he retreated, he coughed out another mouthful of blood toward the butterfly. Third seal open. Opening 3 seals was the limit of Wang Lin's cultivation. The butterfly trembled and its color increased. In the blink of an eye, it became a 7-colored butterfly. The 7 colors flashed, making the butterfly even more beautiful. It flapped its wings, and a 7-colored powder appeared before Wang Lin and gently floated forward. Ming Hai turned around and waved his right hand. The flames appeared once more and rushed forward. The sea of flames was already 1,000 feet away and was about to pounce on Wang Lin. The heat wave hit Wang Lin's body, causing more wounds to appear on his skin. However, very little blood flowed out. At this moment, his head was dizzy. This was because he had lost too much of his blood. Even his origin soul was weakened. However, with the ancient god leather armor, it wasn't injured. After all, the ancient god leather armor came from an 8-star ancient god, while Wang Lin's body was only 5-star. Seeing that the flames were about to close in, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with anxiety. However, his eyes immediately narrowed. The 7-colored powder that appeared when the 7-colored butterfly flapped its wings unexpectedly penetrated the flames without any resistance. Not only that, but the moment it penetrated the flames, it used some unknown method to push the flames back. Even Ming Hai was startled by this scene. He sneered, and his left hand formed a seal. He pointed at the ground and grabbed the void. Ripples came from the ground, and the black water that had melted from the sand immediately gathered in Ming Hai's hand. At this moment, the 7-colored butterfly flapped its wings and quickly closed in toward Ming Hai. A large amount of 7-colored powder formed a 7-colored storm that charged toward Ming Hai. Ming Hai's eyes lit up. His left hand grabbed the black water and mercilessly lifted it up. The black water on the ground was lifted up to form a shield. However, the moment the black water was lifted up, the 7-colored butterfly turned into a 7-colored light and fused with the storm. It pierced through the black water and caused the black water to be pushed back. It followed the storm and rushed towards the dark sea at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the surrounding flames were less than 500 feet from Ming Hai. In this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's ancient god furnace appeared behind Ming Hai, and his right hand quickly pointed at Ming Hai. Ming Hai frowned, and the devilish celestial energy inside his body erupted once more. However, the moment erupted, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he shouted, "Stop spell." His attack wasn't to directly injure Ming Hai, but to confuse Ming Hai to give himself the best chance to use the stop spell. With one word, Ming Hai's body seemed to be entangled by countless threads, and he unexpectedly stopped for a moment. Wang Lin's cultivation didn't include his ancient god body, so he was only at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. Using the stop spell to stop a celestial at the Nirvana cleanser stage would result in a backlash, but he didn't care. The moment Ming Hai's body was stopped, the 7-colored storm closed in. It wasn't to attack him, but under Wang Lin's control, it went toward the wound on Ming Hai's right eyebrow. The entire 7-colored storm merged into the wound, leaving nothing behind. A crazy roar came from the mouth of the Netherworld Sea. He grabbed his head, immediately struggling, and then quickly retreated. Wang Lin didn't chase, but put away all his treasures. When he was burning the heavens, he put away the magic arsenal soul fragments and the celestial sealing stamp. He charged at the Black Tower. At this moment, the heaven-burning flames spread out and rushed toward Wang Lin from all directions. Under the heat wave, Wang Lin's clothes began to burn, but the green light in his right I quickly extinguished the flames. He gritted his teeth, and the ancient god cauldron flashed again. With a flash, he appeared 1,000 feet away and directly stepped into the Black Tower. The reason he entered this place was because when the flames spread out, nothing in the black sand desert existed. Only the Black Tower remained unmoved, and not a single bit of the flames entered it. However, the speed at which the sea of fire devoured was too fast. The moment Wang Lin entered the Black Tower, the sea of fire devoured him. At such a close distance, the heat wave immediately reached Wang Lin's back. Wang Lin felt pain in his back, and the heat rushed into his body. Luckily, the heat was only the aftermath and not too much. Wang Lin slapped his storage pouch and swallowed a large amount of medicinal pills. Then he turned around and looked into the distance. In the black sand desert, there was a sea of flames everywhere. There was no sky. When he looked up, the sky had turned into nothingness. Occasionally, there would be patches of white that were as smooth as a mirror. In the distance, Ming Hai roared in pain. He was in midair, holding his head with both hands and roaring. With Wang Lin's eyes, he could clearly see that on Ming Hai's right eyebrow, there was a 7-colored light flashing. Bursts of 7-colored powder spread out, as if it was going to seal the wound. However, the moment the wound on his forehead was sealed, the demonic chi fragment in Ming Hai's brain was immediately covered by the 7-colored light and stopped the demonic chi from flowing in. His eyes revealed a dazed look as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. However, there was immediately endless pain. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the white mirror in the sky. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Celestial Emperor, Ming Hai has been disloyal. For his own selfishness, he has demonized until now. He deserves to die. As he smiled bitterly, the endless flames below him rose up and wrapped around his body. After the flames passed, he turned into ashes. Only a 7-colored butterfly fluttered in the sea of flames and returned to the Black Tower next to Wang Lin. Looking at all of this, Wang Lin was silent. He vaguely understood something. As he sighed, he noticed that the sea of flames outside didn't approach the Black Tower. He began to size up the tower. After a long time, his eyes lit up, and he slapped his bag of holding. Immediately, all the heads he had obtained flew out and floated in front of him. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he muttered to himself, "I didn't think that the celestial spell brother Shimizu taught me, Netherworld Guide, would be of use. These people all have demonic chi in their bodies. With this demonic chi as a guide, I can definitely open a path to leave this place." Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the heads in front of him all collapsed. He formed a seal and turned everything into a dark red vortex. This vortex continued to extend, and gradually, a path appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He immediately noticed that something was wrong. As the vortex spun, a dense amount of demonic chi came out. Just at this moment, under the guidance of the demonic chi, the vortex let out a boom as if it had opened up a path. Wang Lin looked over, and his eyes were filled with shock. He saw a large hall surrounded by demonic chi. At the top of the hall, there was a giant throne, and there was a person sitting on it. Chapter 10:20. Wang Lin's original intention was to use the Nether Guide to open the passage to the outside of the bottle. However, at this moment, as the devilish energy from the vortex entered, the Nether Guide actually led deeper. The dense devilish energy filled the area. Wang Lin only felt a bit of this devilish energy before he immediately retreated a few steps. His expression was gloomy and filled with shock. This was the first time he had used the Nether Guide, but he didn't expect the passage to lead him here. Of all the devilish energy he had encountered in his life, the Scattered Devil had the most devilish energy, followed by the Nether Sea. However, whether it was the Scattered Devil or the Nether Sea, none of them could compare to the devilish energy coming from the opening of the vortex. The devilish energy inside the vortex was extremely pure. It was as if it was the limit of all devils in the world and the ancestor of all devils. Compared to it, the Scattered Devil and the Nether Sea were like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. The person sitting on the throne in the mysterious hall at the end of the passage made Wang Lin's scalp go numb and his mind tremble. At this moment, Wang Lin could only hear his heart beating faster and faster. Even his breathing stopped. He didn't hesitate to cut off the nether guide. The vortex trembled and began to collapse. As it collapsed, dozens of figures of the people Wang Lin had killed appeared. They stared at Wang Lin with hatred and let out miserable screams. Their figures were pulled out by the vortex, as if they wanted to rush out and devour Wang Lin. The figure sitting on the throne slowly raised his head, and a cloudy gaze came out of the fog. It followed the collapsing passage and landed on Wang Lin. The dim eyes immediately focused. The moment the mysterious figure's gaze focused, there was a flash of green light in Wang Lin's right eye, and he retreated without hesitation. The green light shield appeared before him. At this moment, the mysterious figure on the throne slowly raised his right hand and threw something out. A ray of yellow light charged into the collapsing vortex. The moment it entered the vortex, it set off a large-scale collapse. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the vortex collapsed as the yellow light penetrated it. The dozens of twisted and elongated shadows inside the vortex screamed and exploded, turning into black crystals that scattered in all directions. The yellow light rushed out of the collapsing vortex in an instant and landed on the cyan light shield in front of Wang Lin. However, the cyan light shield seemed to be transparent and was penetrated by the yellow light. In the blink of an eye, it approached Wang Lin's face and stopped 3 inches away from the tip of Wang Lin's nose. At this moment, the whirlpool dissipated and the black tower regained its calm. However, cold sweat dripped down Wang Lin's face as he stared at the yellow light in front of him. At such a close distance, he could clearly see that there was a diamond-shaped crystal inside the yellow light. After taking a few steps back, Wang Lin's expression was uncertain. After pondering for a long time, he raised his right hand and grabbed the air. The yellow diamond-shaped crystal approached him and slowly landed in his palm. I didn't make a mistake when I used the Netherworld guidance. Someone used a powerful technique to interfere with it, causing it to escape my control and open up a passage to an unknown place. Wang Lin looked at the crystal in his hand. With his intelligence, he only needed to think for a moment before he understood. The person who interfered with my Netherworld celestial technique must be the mysterious figure in the palace. Unfortunately, this person is shrouded in darkness, and I can't see his appearance. The reason he did this is obviously to give me this crystal. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his eyebrows gradually furrowed. This celestial emperor cave was too mysterious. There were many things that he could only guess about, but he had no way of knowing the real answer. Could that mysterious figure be Qinglin? Wang Lin pondered a bit and muttered to himself, "What is this person's purpose for giving me this crystal?" Staring at the crystal, Wang Lin didn't spread out his divine sense to check it. Instead, he placed it on the side, took a few steps back, sat down, and began to cultivate. In the black sand desert, his body had been injured, and more than half of the blood in his body had been lost. At this moment, he still felt a little dizzy. What made him feel even more threatened was that there was not much origin power left in his body. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the celestial energy in his body had almost been exhausted. The celestial energy that Senior Brother Shimizu gave me has been used up too much in the Black Sand Desert. I need to quickly replenish it. The battle in the Black Sand Desert was so dangerous that I haven't seen many times in my life. Thinking about the Brahma spell that Ming Hai used, Wang Lin felt some lingering fear. He looked outside the tower and saw that it was still covered in flames. Although he couldn't feel the heat inside the tower, when he looked outside, the heat caused his vision to distort. It was as if his vision was being burned to pieces and he couldn't see very far. I wonder how Situ and the others are doing. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Inside the tower, with the endless flames outside, it was as if Wang Lin was the only person left in the world. After pondering for a long time, the pill Wang Lin took began to show its effect. The pain in his body gradually subsided. He slapped his bag of holding, and a milky white light appeared in his hand. There was celestial spiritual energy inside the light, and it was extremely pure. The origin soul of esteemed Xian Bao from back then is now useful. Wang Lin placed the light under his nose and took a deep breath. 2 strands of celestial spiritual energy came out from the light and entered Wang Lin's nose before being absorbed into his body. Time slowly passed. A few days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body had recovered and had even increased slightly. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't leave too much celestial spiritual energy inside his body. He had to maintain it to a certain level, or else it would cause his domain to dissipate. The recovery ability of an ancient god's body was very strong. In just a few days, all the injuries had disappeared and the dizziness had disappeared. However, the most important problem before Wang Lin was the replenishment of his origin energy. If this was in the outside world, it wouldn't be a problem for Wang Lin. He only needed to meditate and breathe, and with his cultivation level, he would naturally be able to absorb the origin energy of heaven and earth for his own use. However, at present, after several days of meditation, the origin energy inside his body grew very slowly. He could faintly sense that there wasn't much origin energy in this black sand desert. The only bit that was left was all permeated by the endless flames outside the tower and fused with the flames. In this way, if Wang Lin wanted to absorb it, it would be extremely difficult. It was no less than taking a grain out of fire. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin stood up and glanced at the yellow crystal on the ground not far away. He didn't pay it any attention, but walked to the side of the tower and looked out. As far as his eyes could see, the flames continued to burn, and there was a crackling sound. In the sky, the white mirror was shrouded by the thick black smoke that rose from the sea of flames. At a glance, it was as if a black cloud was surging. The origin energy in my body can't be replenished, and my cultivation hasn't reached the peak. I can't casually investigate the yellow crystal, and I can't leave the black tower. When Wang Lin meditated before, he spread out his divine sense and surrounded the entire black tower. Under the surrounding of divine sense, he didn't find any clues. While muttering, Wang Lin looked at the thick flames outside the tower and silently calculated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and took a step forward, immediately stepping out of the black tower. With one step, Wang Lin's body immediately sank to the ground. The instant his feet touched the ground, the flames in front of him seemed to have sensed him and surged over, heading straight for Wang Lin to swallow him. Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He raised his right hand and immediately grabbed at the air. Instantly, a trace of the flames charging over was separated and grabbed by Wang Lin. At the same time, his body quickly retreated and stepped into the black tower. The instant his body entered the black tower, the flames spread over, and the entire black tower was immediately swallowed by the flames. After a long while, the flames gradually calmed down and left like the tide. Wang Lin's face was pale as he sat cross-legged on the floor of the tower. On his right hand, there was a flame the size of a soybean, emitting a thick high temperature. At this moment, Wang Lin's right hand was also dry and cracked. Staring at the flame, Wang Lin's eyes gradually became bloodshot. Under the burning of the flame, his face was reflected in an indeterminate light and dark color. At this moment, Wang Lin's heart was struggling, lingering on a difficult choice. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly became resolute. Although this flame is dangerous, there isn't much of it after all. Before I took it, I also made some calculations, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Now, no matter how much I struggle, it's useless. I'll just give it a try. Wang Lin's right hand patted his body, and immediately, the storage bag flew up and landed in a distant corner. He put some restrictions on it, then took a deep breath and raised 2 fingers to pinch the bean-sized flame. Without hesitation, he put it to his mouth and swallowed it. The instant the flame entered his body, a high temperature suddenly exploded from his body. This high temperature contained unimaginable heat, and in just a moment, it made Wang Lin's whole body red. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a painful roar turned into a sonic boom that rumbled out from the Black Tower. At the same time, a large amount of flames rushed out from Wang Lin's pores. His clothes immediately burned to ashes, and the flames spread outwards, surrounding Wang Lin in a radius of 10 meters. A large amount of sweat immediately disappeared as soon as it appeared, turning into clouds of white gas that curled around Wang Lin's body. At this moment, he felt as if he had swallowed burning charcoal. His origin spirit was protected by the ancient god leather armor, so it didn't receive any damage. However, the little origin power in his body, under the fusion of the flame, immediately became one, as if it was burning inside Wang Lin's body. Under the intense pain, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and persisted, causing the origin power in his body to fuse with the flame and gradually spread towards his origin spirit. Only by fusing with the origin spirit can I truly absorb the origin power of heaven and earth contained in it. After a moment of calculation, Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. Without hesitation, he formed a seal with both hands and pointed at his chest. Immediately, the ancient god leather armor on his origin spirit turned into a black light and flew out from Wang Lin's mouth. Without the ancient god leather armor, the origin power in Wang Lin's body that had fused with the flame immediately rushed into his origin spirit. Chapter 10:21. The flame-like origin power spread above Wang Lin's soul, and under Wang Lin's control, the primordial thunder dragon-like soul immediately absorbed it. As it absorbed, intense pain surged from his soul. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and endured all this, completely forgetting the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, the pain on the soul gradually disappeared, and the origin power that turned into flames also slowly fused with the soul, forming a circulation again. Wang Lin tiredly opened his eyes. At this moment, the sea of fire 10 meters outside his body, in the instant he opened his eyes, immediately shrank along his pores, and in the blink of an eye, it fused into his body. However, this time, Wang Lin only felt his body heat up, and the sea of fire that fused into his body immediately fused with the circulating origin power, becoming one. The origin power has increased a little. Although this method is dangerous, it's feasible. Wang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. After 15 minutes, he stood up, his face still tired, and stepped out of the Black Tower, standing outside. The sea of fire outside was like a tide, and the black smoke in the sky was even thicker. In the instant that Wang Lin appeared, the sea of fire immediately surged over. This time, Wang Lin stayed slightly longer, and his right hand pulled out a fist-sized ball of fire from the sea of fire and immediately retreated into the Black Tower. Ignoring the sea of fire that once again engulfed the Black Tower, Wang Lin sat cross-legged in his previous position, stared at the ball of fire in his right hand, and swallowed it. Time slowly passed like this, and Wang Lin struggled in pain to replenish the origin power in his body. Again and again, he extracted a portion from the sea of fire and fused it with the origin power in his body. From the initial flame to the fist-sized flame, and now to the head-sized fireball, Wang Lin took it out from the sea of fire. He no longer swallowed it, but inhaled deeply in front of him and immediately absorbed all of the fireball, leaving nothing behind. If there was someone who knew Wang Lin, it would definitely be difficult to recognize that the person in the Black Tower was Wang Lin. Under the erosion of the demonic qi, Wang Lin's face was already thin, and after this period of absorbing the sea of fire formed from the power of burning heaven, Wang Lin's skin was full of cracks. Under the dense cracks, Wang Lin looked extremely terrifying. His hair was dry, without any luster, but Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter. If someone looked into his eyes, they would immediately feel a high-temperature flame from their heart and instantly feel like they were being burned to ashes. These are secondary. The truly strange place was between Wang Lin's eyebrows. A few days ago, after Wang Lin absorbed a certain amount of flames, there was a shocking change between his eyebrows, and this change came from the rosefinch's mark all those years ago. I never thought that after absorbing this burning heaven flame, not only did my origin power recover, it even contained a scorching power. However, this scorching heat in my body seems to be slightly different from Qing Lin's burning heaven flame. Wang Lin opened his eyes from his cross-legged position and touched the space between his eyebrows. Originally, I had no choice but to absorb this flame to recover the origin power in my body. But now it seems that the more flames I absorb, the more benefits it will bring me. Wang Lin's bright eyes flashed, and he stood up and slowly walked forward. Stepping out of the black tower, the sea of fire immediately whistled over like a tide and instantly landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's expression was neutral and didn't change at all. He allowed the sea of fire to pass by him and submerge him in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin stood in the sea of fire with a calm expression as he slowly walked forward. His speed wasn't fast, but the scene of him walking through the sea of fire that burned the entire black desert was extremely shocking. If Ling Tianhe was here and saw Wang Lin, he would be shocked. Even he couldn't walk through this sea of fire, as if it was normal. Wang Lin calmly walked. After one instant stick of time, he stopped. This was the limit of where he could go. The burning heaven flame became stronger and stronger, and the temperature became higher and higher. Looking at the sea of fire before him, Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position and opened his arms. Two strands of fire immediately separated and moved with Wang Lin's hands. They intertwined before him and formed a fireball the size of his body. Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled. The fireball quickly shrank and was sucked into Wang Lin's mouth. A powerful heat spread out from Wang Lin's body and fused with the surrounding sea of fire. This caused the sea of fire to change and submerge the sitting Wang Lin. 3 days later, the fire suddenly spread out from where Wang Lin was. Inside the sea of fire, Wang Lin slowly stood up. More cracks appeared on his skin, and his eyes became even brighter. A terrifying aura came from his body and fused with the surrounding sea of fire. This aura contained an unimaginable amount of heat. Still a bit lacking, Wang Lin muttered to himself as he rubbed the spot between his eyebrows. After pondering for a bit, he lifted his foot and continued to walk forward. As he moved forward, the black tower was left behind. Time passed once more. Wang Lin continued to move forward like this. Every time he reached the limit of what he could withstand, he would sit down and absorb the power of the fire. Once he had enough power to resist, he would continue to move forward. In the blink of an eye, for months passed. At this time, Wang Lin had already left the Black Tower. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of fire that reached the sky. It was boundless, and the heat waves were like a gale that could incinerate all life. The cracks on Wang Lin's body had already broken apart 2 months ago, revealing new flesh. However, now, there were cracks again, densely packed together. The heat here should be enough. On this day, Wang Lin stopped and took a deep breath. As he inhaled, the sea of fire in front of him immediately surged. Immediately, a lot of the fire followed Wang Lin's inhalation and rushed into his mouth. However, this time, Wang Lin did not fuse the absorbed fire into his origin power, nor did he fuse it with his origin spirit. Instead, all of the fire, without holding anything back, rushed into the spot between his eyebrows. It rushed into the spot between his eyebrows. In these few months, there was a mark that gradually became lifelike, a mark of rosefinch. In these few months, the shape of this mark from the first time it appeared was rapidly changing. As Wang Lin absorbed more and more firepower, the change of the mark became more and more obvious. It was astonishingly from the shape of the mark, it quickly turned into a rosefinch. As if there was a flame rosefinch, it was growing rapidly, constantly changing, and was about to break out of the mark. Not enough. Wang Lin suddenly stretched out his arms and swept them in all directions. Immediately, the sea of fire in the surroundings was stirred up. A large amount of fire spread out and instantly enveloped Wang Lin. However, immediately, it madly drilled into Wang Lin's body through the pores all over his body. Under the endless influx of fire, all of it was directly swept up by Wang Lin and rushed into the spot between his eyebrows. The mark between his eyebrows immediately emitted a rich red light. Under the red light, Wang Lin's whole body leaped from the ground and rose into the sky. The sea of fire on the ground also rose and continuously surged into his body. From afar, this scene was world-shaking. Still not enough. A strange light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He stretched out his hands and fiercely grabbed at the ground. It was as if he was embracing the sea of fire. At this moment, the origin energy in his body suddenly burst out. Suddenly, the sky above Wang Lin was instantly filled with a sea of fire as his origin energy spread out. This sea of fire was created by the origin energy in Wang Lin's body. It resonated with the flames on the ground and attracted the flames on the ground, causing the flames on the ground to rumble and surge towards Wang Lin. As the flames on the ground moved, the endless sea of fire in the distance wildly surged over. It was as if there was a black hole here that completely absorbed the burning flames of the black sand desert. Large amounts of flames continued to enter Wang Lin's body and the mark between his eyebrows. The red light between Wang Lin's eyebrows reached an unimaginable degree, and a fiery red rose finch quickly appeared from the mark between his eyebrows. The moment the rose finch appeared, a heaven-shaking cry that could shatter the void echoed within the bottle world. This was the cry of a phoenix, the heaven-shaking cry of Rosefinch. It was also the cry of Wang Lin, a member of the Rosefinch divine sect, a member of the Rosefinch sequence, and the true name of Rosefinch. This fiery red Rosefinch was extremely powerful and was incredibly agile. The moment it appeared and Rosefinch's cry appeared, all of the burning flames in the black sand desert began to boil. The endless flames charged at an unimaginable speed toward the Rosefinch in front of Wang Lin. The mark had awakened, and the true spirit of Rosefinch had appeared. In the past, this was an earth-shattering event in the Four Divine Sect. In any of the Four Divine Sects, as long as there was a person in the sequence that could awaken the mark of Rosefinch, that person would become one of the future Four Divine Sects. At this moment, Wang Lin was a sequence member of the Rosefinch sequence. There was no one else. However, the premise was that before him, after him, and before he became one of the Four Divine Sects, no one else in the sequence had awakened their mark. That Rosefinch's cry didn't just alarm the world inside the bottle where Wang Lin was. At this instant, everyone in the other world inside the bottle was shaken. They all heard the shocking cry of Rosefinch that spread across the entire world inside the bottle. Ling Tianho was sitting inside the black tower with his eyes closed. However, at this moment, the sound of Rosefinch echoed across the world. It created an unimaginable vibration that caused the world to tremble. Ling Tianho suddenly opened his eyes, and they were filled with unimaginable shock. The sound of Rosefinch. In a world where Tian Yunzi was, he was floating in the air. His right hand formed a seal, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. He revealed a smile and muttered to himself, "So it's like this." However, before he could finish speaking, a vermilion bird's cry tore through the air and quickly reverberated in the air. This sudden sound of Rosefinch immediately caused Tian Yunzi's calculations to collapse. The world he was in trembled violently, and the sky changed colors. The clouds scattered, and Tian Yunzi's expression changed. Impossible. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1022. Tian Yunzi wasn't the only one. In the other world inside the bottle, the head elder of the Cultivation Alliance, Master Zhong Xian's junior brother, Master Void, was standing on a green cloud. He was holding a purple and green jade in his hand. This jade gave off a bright light that shrouded countless kilometers. Even from very far away, one could clearly see the purple and green light. Master Void wasn't alone. His cultivation level was unfathomable. And in this past year, he had already destroyed the bottle world he was in. He had broken through dozens of worlds. Shockingly, The beautiful middle-aged woman and her 4 disciples had revealed themselves behind him. If the old man's guess is correct, then this place must be Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's famous bottle world. Rumor has it that Qing Lin used a powerful spell to kill the 39 tattoo soul ancestor from the foreign tattoo clan and stole their holy treasure. He personally refined it to form his own world and fused it into the bottle. The effect of this world is unknown, but according to the records of the Cultivation Alliance, this bottle world is a treasure Qing Lin used to gather celestial spiritual energy. Rumor has it that this treasure can break the realm ceiling formation around the 4 star systems. Master Void looked at the purple and green jade in his hand and slowly said. The beautiful woman nodded and was about to speak, but just at this moment, the world they were in began to churn. The sky changed drastically, and even the earth began to tremble with loud rumbles. At the same time, a loud voice came from all directions. It was as if it was going to tear the world apart and charge in without holding back. At this moment, the cry of the vermilion bird echoed throughout the world. When the beautiful middle-aged woman heard Rosefinch's voice, her expression changed greatly. Not only her, but the woman in pink behind her, who was suspected to be the brilliant Void Saintess, also revealed a cold expression. Master Void's pupils suddenly shrank. Rosefinch's voice? Rosefinch's awakening. Could it be the junior with the Rosefinch mark you mentioned before? The beautiful middle-aged woman was shocked, and there was a hint of anxiety in her voice as she quickly said, When I saw him before, he only had the Rosefinch mark, and it was completely sealed. It was impossible for him to awaken in a short period of time. Rosefinch's awakening is a heaven-shaking event in the 4 Divine Sect. For Divine Sect, killing intent appeared in Master Void's eyes. He could not allow the 4 Divine Sect to awaken. He could never forget the unimaginable pain and fierceness when he was fighting the 4 Divine Sect for the brilliant Void Star system. If it wasn't for the fact that the Cultivation Alliance had obtained most of the inheritances and treasures of the Celestial Realm and had the help of the Saintess, the brilliant Void Saintess, the Alliance would have changed its name to 4 Divine Star System. Although they had such a powerful force, the Cultivation Alliance still couldn't completely destroy the 4 Divine Sect. Thinking about how terrifying the 4 Divine Sect was, the killing intent in Master Void's eyes became even stronger. If this person successfully awakens and leaves the Celestial Emperor Cave and the Celestial Spirit Heaven Realm, the 4 Divine Sect will immediately come to find him. They will bring him back to Planet 4 Divine to inherit his talent and protect him. I can't allow this to happen. If he doesn't die after awakening, I must destroy this person here. The vermilion bird's cry carried with it a heaven-shaking aura as it pierced through the bottle world like crazy, forming an absolute sound. The 99 worlds inside the bottle were all filled with Rosefinch's voice. There was a man sitting cross-legged in a black desert. He was dressed in black, and as he sat there, endless demonic aura surged out from the black desert and was sucked into his orifices. He had been sitting here for a very long time. The moment he entered this place, he chose to sit down and continue to absorb the devilish energy here. The devilish energy around his body was extremely dense and shocking. However, just at this moment, Rosefinch's voice tore through the world and caused a huge change. The devilish energy that had entered the man's orifices collapsed and was pushed back. The man in black suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of ghostly light in his eyes as he stared at the sky. As Rosefinch's voice echoed, the man's eyes shined brightly and a dragon-shaped mark appeared between his eyebrows. This mark was that of a black dragon. He awakened? If he can survive, then he can fight me. As the man pondered, the mark between his eyebrows was quickly surrounded by black gas. In the blink of an eye, it was hidden deeply. Even someone with a higher cultivation level than him would find it difficult to discover the mark unless they had the same bloodline. Inside the bottle, Situ Nan was also absorbing the devilish energy. At this moment, Situ Nan seemed to have arrived in a holy land. More than half of the black sand in the world he was in had been turned into dust. Waves of arrogant laughter echoed throughout the world, and a boundless demonic vortex surrounded him. At the center of the vortex, Situnan's long hair fluttered strangely, and his body was filled with devilish energy. As he absorbed, the sand around him collapsed. Every time it collapsed, more devilish energy would enter Situ-Nan's body. Satisfying. Satisfying. I didn't expect this place to have so much devilish energy. This devilish energy is the best tonic for me. Unfortunately, I can't absorb too much. When I have enough, I need to go find Wang Lin. I wonder how he is right now. Situ-Nan's eyes lit up as he absorbed like crazy. Rosefinch's voice echoed across the world. The moment his voice spread out, the devilish energy vortex around Situ-Nan collapsed. Situ-Nan suddenly raised his head and revealed a ferocious and impatient expression. However, his eyes lit up and he began to laugh. This bird's voice contains Wang Lin's aura. It looks like the little Lin didn't die. I was worried for nothing. There was another person in the bottle world. He was bald, and as he walked through a wasteland of black sand, a bizarre smile could be seen on his face. His body flickered as he broke through a world. When he reappeared, he was still in a wasteland of black sand, but in a completely different world. The desert smoke painting should be in one of these realms. Ancient Devil Tajia. Although I, Beilu, am not complete, I have recovered 80% of my power. This time, you won't have the chance you had back then. Beilu's right, I became vertical, and there were a total of 7 stars that gave off powerful demonic energy. The ancient god stars were between his eyebrows, the ancient demon stars were in his right eye, and the ancient devil stars were in his left eye. The 7 demonic stars in his right eye rotated rapidly. Just as Beilu lifted his foot and was about to move to the next realm, the vermilion bird's cry echoed through the air. Immediately, demonic energy rippled around Beilu. He stopped in the space between the 2 realms in the bottle, and his gaze fell on the sky. Rosefinch, one of the 4 holy beasts of the sealed realm. Beilu silently pondered for a bit before the ancient demon stars in his right eye disappeared. With one step, he disappeared without a trace. The people inside the bottle world were shocked by Rosefinch's voice, and all kinds of thoughts appeared in their minds. Forget about them. Even outside the bottle world, there were ripples. Inside the Celestial Emperor cave, the eyes of the person inside the devilish fog on the bridge shined brightly. Dense devilish energy came out from his body and quickly spread. The ferocious shadows in the small river below the bridge trembled in fear of the devilish energy coming from the person on the bridge. The white jade bottle before the person inside the devilish fog trembled violently, and Rosefinch's voice echoed inside. It reached a peak and seemed like it was going to break out. Damn it! How could a sealed realm Rosefinch come in? The sound of someone gnashing their teeth came from the demonic fog. As the person in the fog lifted his right hand, a large amount of demonic aura immediately charged out and turned into a demonic shadow. With a point of his finger, the demonic shadow roared and charged into the white jade bottle. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. In the bottle world, a sea of fire rose from where Wang Lin was and charged at the rosefinch that appeared before Wang Lin. This rosefinch was about 100 feet tall and had a fiery red body. His wings were hundreds of feet wide, and there were flames wrapped around his tail. This made Rosefinch look even more majestic. Rosefinch's eyes were cold. At a glance, they were exactly the same as Wang Lin's. The sea of fire spread out and gathered. In the blink of an eye, all of it was absorbed by Rosefinch. At this moment, it was impossible to tell if Rosefinch had spat out the sea of fire or if Rosefinch had absorbed the sea of fire. From the distance, the sea of fire that covered the ground surged and charged at them from all directions. With a bang, the vermilion bird's voice reverberated in the air once more, and this time there was a hint of joy in its voice. The moment his voice echoed, all the flames within millions of kilometers of the world Wang Lin was gathered like crazy. The range of these flames was too large. As they gathered, a monstrous heat wave appeared. The heat wave could slaughter all life. Under this unimaginable heat, the cracked skin on Wang Lin's body immediately collapsed, revealing new flesh. However, in an instant, cracks appeared on his skin once more. It was as if all the flames in the world had rushed into his body. This terrifying heat caused Wang Lin's body to become extremely hot. If this happened before, Wang Lin would have turned to ashes. However, now that Rose Finch had awakened, Wang Lin could endure it. His eyes shined brightly, and the origin energy in his body cycled like crazy. He absorbed a large amount of the heat that entered his body. The temperature of his origin energy gradually reached an unimaginable degree. This kind of heat could destroy any determined body. This was actually one of the difficulties of Rose Finch's awakening. Over the countless years in the Four Divine sect, it wasn't that Rose Finch's bloodline didn't have any awakeners. However, most of them couldn't withstand it and turned to ashes the moment they awakened. In the Four Divine sect, there was a saying that had been passed down since ancient times. This saying described all the awakening inheritances of the Four Divine sect. Among the Four Divine Awakeners, the Black Tortoise was the first, the White Tiger was the most ferocious, the Azure Dragon was the strongest, and Rose Finch was the most difficult. Within the Four Divine sect, the Black Tortoise Divine sect didn't lack awakeners. Their awakening was relatively the least dangerous. The awakeners of the White Tiger Divine sect were often ferocious. Once they awakened, they would become people who could kill immortals. The Azure Dragon Divine sect was the strongest among the Four Divine sects. They had very few awakeners, but once they awakened, they wouldn't fail easily and would eventually become the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. In the Brilliant Void, if it wasn't for the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor mysteriously disappearing and the Rose Finch Divine Emperor facing his third heavenly blight, the outcome of the battle against the Cultivation Alliance could have been changed. The Rose Finch Divine Sect had the hardest awakening in the Four Divine Sects. Not even the Azure Dragon Divine Sect could compare. It wasn't that there weren't any awakeners, but those that could endure all the hardships and become divine emperors were simply too few. Unless it was someone with amazing talent and the legendary Rose Finch bloodline, they would accumulate a large amount of fire energy. Then they would open the seal and awaken the Rose Finch bloodline. Only then would they be able to withstand the unimaginable heat and not die when the Rose Finch bloodline awakened. Without this kind of spirit body, it was impossible to awaken from the inside. In the history of the Rose Finch bloodline, no one had ever succeeded in awakening from the outside. And now Wang Lin was a classic example of awakening from the outside. As the sea of fire gathered, the heat became stronger and stronger. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the body of an ancient god, he would have already turned to ashes and disappeared. No one had succeeded in awakening from the outside, but in the history of the Rose Finch bloodline, there had never been an ancient god who obtained the Rose Finch bloodline and endured the Rose Finch bloodline's awakening with the body of an ancient god. At this moment, Wang Lin was using his 5-star royal ancient god body to endure the unimaginable heat. The skin on his body cracked and collapsed again, and then reappeared again and again. Gradually, his ancient god body had completely adapted to the high temperature. The sea of fire filled the land, and the sea of fire rushed in from all directions. As Rose Finch absorbed it, a huge fireball was formed in the blink of an eye. The moment the fireball was formed, it immediately enveloped Rose Finch and Wang Lin. At this moment, Rose Finch hissed again. Its scarlet body swept out and immediately separated from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. It wrapped around Wang Lin's body, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a lifelike totem that covered Wang Lin's upper body. At this moment, Wang Lin's body was covered in cracks, and when paired with the red vermilion bird tattoo, it gave off a breathtaking beauty. Especially that bright gaze, it was like a star. However, it was destined that no one could see this scene. In an instant, the fireball swallowed Wang Lin and grew crazily. Immediately, a destructive power filled the air. As the endless sea of fire merged with it, the fireball grew bigger and bigger. It was hard to describe the scene in front of them. The sea of fire on the ground surged, layer upon layer like waves fusing into the fireball. If one looked down from the sky, one could clearly see that the sea of fire countless li around them was shrinking. With the fireball as the center, the endless sea of fire rapidly shrank. As more and more flames merged with the fireball, the speed of shrinkage reached its peak. Wherever the sea of fire shrank, a white mirror-like surface of the earth was revealed. The fireball grew bigger and bigger until it almost reached the sky. Even if one was very far away, they could still see it clearly. The sea of fire on the ground became smaller and smaller. In just a moment, almost all of it disappeared and gathered on the giant fireball. At this moment, there was no longer any fire in the world that Wang Lin was in. The endless flames created by Wang Lin's green rain burning heavens were all inside the fireball. Black smoke billowed up into the sky, swirling around the sea of flames. Anyone who saw this would be shaken to the core. The moment the thick smoke surrounded the area, a large amount of black fog, emitting dense demonic aura, came whistling down from the endless sky. When the devilish aura descended, it gathered together to form a ferocious devilish shadow with a single horn on its head. This devilish shadow was so big that it seemed to be able to sweep through the world. Its eyes were filled with bloodlust and killing intent, and it charged at the fireball. However, it immediately felt the high temperature from the fireball and retreated a bit. It stared at the fireball, and the killing intent in its eyes became even stronger. Inside the giant fireball, Wang Lin's eyes were closed. The rosefinch totem on his body released a bright red light. A large amount of fire came from the fireball and was devoured by Wang Lin's body. This caused Wang Lin's body to grow stronger. The high temperature caused the origin energy in Wang Lin's body to reach its final evolution and contain a terrifying amount of heat. At this moment, Wang Lin's closed eyes suddenly opened. The moment he opened his eyes, the skin on his body collapsed. Countless cracks flew in all directions, revealing the red skin underneath. An unimaginable storm erupted the moment Wang Lin opened his eyes. The rosefinch mark on his body left Wang Lin's body and rapidly rotated around him. The giant fireball that surrounded Wang Lin shrank at an unimaginable speed and entered Wang Lin's body. The devil shadow outside immediately moved. Devilish energy filled the world and followed the shrinking fireball. The giant fireball rapidly shrank after a few breaths of time. Finally, with a bang, it completely entered Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the entire desert, the entire world that Wang Lin was in, no longer had any flames. After Wang Lin absorbed the last of the flames, he once again appeared in the world. His red skin, the rosefinch mark, and his eyes that were as bright as fire made Wang Lin look like the rosefinch holy emperor at this moment. The moment the flames dissipated, the devilish shadow charged at Wang Lin. Before it even got close, a monstrous, devilish energy formed a monstrous, black fog that wanted to tear Wang Lin apart. However, just as the devil shadow closed in, a ball of flames appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. As the flames appeared, a terrifying sea of flames that could destroy the world erupted from his body. Wang Lin had devoured too much flames, so this sea of flames was useless after his body had absorbed enough power of fire. Leaving it in his body would cause too much damage to his body, so he could only vent it out. The temperature inside this sea of flames was completely different from the power of burning the heavens. Not only did it contain the power of burning the heavens, but it also contained the power of Rosefinch's holy fire. The moment it erupted, it immediately formed a ring that expanded outwards. This sea of fire was too big. It could blot out the sky and cover the earth. As it spread outwards, the devilish shadow, sent by the person in the demonic fog, immediately collided with it. A shrill shriek came from the demonic shadow. Its eyes were filled with terror as it retreated rapidly. But it was too late. The moment it retreated, the sea of fire roared like an angry wave and submerged its body. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, The devilish shadow let out a miserable scream, and the devilish aura dissipated. In the end, only a sliver of devilish aura remained, and it charged into the sky to escape. However, it had clearly underestimated the power of this sea of flames. After fusing with the holy fire that Rose Finch had awakened, the sea of flames had already surpassed the power of burning the heavens. As it spread out, it didn't just burn the world that Wang Lin was in. It burned all the worlds inside the bottle. As the sea of fire howled, cracks appeared in the void wherever it passed, and it suddenly collapsed with a bang. This kind of collapse didn't only happen in one place. As the sea of flames continued to expand, it was as if a layer of the world had been scraped off. Everything it passed collapsed. As it collapsed, it revealed another world inside the bottle. In that world, rolling black sand filled the world, but a large amount of flames immediately surged into it. Once again, it crazily attacked and burned the surroundings. Once again, the world collapsed, but this world also collapsed with a loud bang. Rumble, 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 rumble. As heaven-shaking rumbles echoed, the bottle worlds collapsed one by one. Every time they collapsed, the flames would rush in and destroy the next world. The devilish specter in the sky tried to escape, but it could not escape the 99 realms. After the 13 realms collapsed, the devilish specter was overtaken by the sea of flames, and it let out a miserable shriek as it died. However, this collapse wasn't over. It was just the beginning. As the flames continued to attack, the world inside the bottle seemed to have ignited a sea of flames and shattered one world after another. At this moment, another world collapsed, and Situ Nan's angry roar came from within. Which damned person dares to stop me from cultivating? However, just as his voice echoed, he let out a strange cry and quickly moved through the sea of flames. Damn it! What kind of fire is this? The moment Situ Nan's voice echoed, the world he was in collapsed by the sea of flames, revealing the next world. Ling Tianho stared dumbfoundedly at the sky, as if it was being torn apart by a pair of giant hands. The endless sea of flames descended, and the temperature of the sea of flames caused his scalp to go numb. He didn't hesitate to rush out to avoid the sea of flames. The power of the sea of flames continued to attack like a hot knife through butter. It turned into a force that could penetrate the heavens and earth. It broke through all boundaries and shattered all barriers. The world Wang Lin was in continued to collapse, and at this moment, the sounds of everything collapsing became earth-shattering. Tian Yunzi's figure appeared in the collapsed sky. He stared at everything before him and silently pondered. As the sea of flames spread out, he took a step to the side. This step caused the sea of flames to pass by him. At this moment, not only Ling Tianho, Tian Yunzi, and Situ Nan, but everyone in the 99 worlds inside the bottle felt the power of the collapsing sea of flames. As the worlds collapsed one by one, even more people appeared inside the collapsing boundary. Big Head, the three Chin brothers, the old man on the gourd, the man in black, and even Master Void. However, this collapse didn't end. As the rumbles continued, the power of the worlds gathered and fused together to form a terrifying sea of flames that no one could control. It became more and more powerful as it charged at the end of the bottle, the last world inside the bottle. Once he destroyed this world, he would be able to rush out of this white jade bottle. If you feel good, then vote. Chapter 10:23. The strength of this sea of fire was beyond Wang Lin's imagination. The fire in his eyes gradually dissipated. At the moment the sea of fire collapsed, he could no longer teleport to retrieve the bag of holding and the yellow crystal the mysterious figure had given him. He didn't have time to check the yellow crystal. Just as he put it into the bag of holding, the monstrous sea of fire charged at the last realm in the bottle. This sea of fire filled the remaining 98 realms in the bottle. The power of the 98 realms gathered into an uncontrollable force of fire that smashed into the barrier of the last realm. An earth-shattering sound reverberated in every corner of the bottle in an instant. A A thick heat wave whizzed out and filled the world. The power of this sea of fire had already surpassed Ming Hai's burning the heavens celestial spell. Even Wang Lin had to use his body as a medium to vent the waste fire he couldn't absorb after absorbing too much fire. That was why he was able to achieve this effect. It was impossible for him to use the same spell again. Unless there was another sea of fire that would never be extinguished, Wang Lin would have enough time to absorb the fire and release it once he reached his peak. At this moment, the red color on Wang Lin's body gradually calmed down and returned to normal. However, the lifelike rosefinch tattoo on his body was as red as blood. This made him give off an indescribable aura. In particular, the tail feather of the rosefinch tattoo moved along the mark on Wang Lin's neck and stopped between his eyebrows. It was as if it had fused with his black hair. From afar, it looked like his black hair was burning with purple flames. The awakening of the rosefinch tattoo didn't increase Wang Lin's cultivation level, but the change in his origin energy. The high temperature inside his origin energy made all of Wang Lin's spells extremely terrifying. In particular, his ancient god body continued to adapt to the fire. Now, he could release fire with just a wave of his hand. Although Wang Lin was only at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, he was the strongest mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Combined with his ancient god body and monstrous fire, even late-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators would have a headache dealing with his powerful body and fire spells. However, his ancient god body was only 5 stars, so it couldn't help Wang Lin much. Being able to display the power of a mid-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivator was already his limit. If he wanted to have the power to defeat late-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators, he needed Wang Lin's cultivation level to reach the Nirvana Cleanser stage. After all, in the second step, the gap between each small realm was very big. Although Wang Lin had the help of his ancient god body, there were some gaps that couldn't be easily crossed. For example, the gap between mid-stage and late-stage Nirvana Cleanser. The Blood Ancestor had been stuck at the mid-stage of Nirvana Cleanser for a long time and couldn't reach the late stage. In truth, unless one had great luck, reaching the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser or even peak Nirvana Cleanser was extremely difficult. Aside from understanding one's domain, controlling the law of the world was also important. What the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser required was the fusion of one's domain and law. This fusion would reach the peak of peak Nirvana Cleanser and allow one to enter the dream realm of most cultivators. Nirvana Shatterer, the highest known cultivation level. At this moment, the sea of fire rushed out from the bottle world and continued to collide with the last realm. Every collision would cause the bottle world to tremble. The endless sea of fire roared as it collided with the last realm. Popping sounds came from the last realm, and it suddenly collapsed. It was as if the sky was torn apart. Like a piece of paper being torn apart, it turned into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. After the sky was torn apart, Ancient Monster Bay, Lu's figure appeared in the final collapsed world. He was holding a gray scroll in his right hand. Dense, celestial, spiritual energy came from the scroll and rushed toward Bei Lu. It was as if the scroll had a spirit and was unwilling to be controlled by the ancient demon. It wanted to struggle. Bei Lu's cold gaze pierced through the last realm and swept past everyone below. His gaze finally stopped on Wang Lin, who was at the deepest part. At this moment, the celestial spiritual energy from the scroll in his right hand became even stronger. As it flew, there was a faint roar coming from it. Bei Lu let out a cold snort, and his right hand mercilessly squeezed. The 7 ancient demon stars in his right eye flashed, and powerful demonic spiritual energy surged into the scroll through his right hand. Soft banging sounds echoed, as if all the seals on the scroll had been broken. An unwilling roar suddenly sounded, but immediately the gray scroll was filled with a green light, and in an instant, the entire scroll was covered. The roar faded away, and the scroll painting, which had been emitting dense immortal chi, was now completely devoid of immortal chi. What replaced it was boundless demonic chi. Its color also changed from gray to green. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The entire sky dissipated and the 99 realms in the bottle disintegrated. It was as if the world had been born and chaos reappeared. Fog filled the area. This fog churned and fused with the sea of fire. It was as if boiling oil had been added to the sea of fire. It suddenly erupted and turned into an even more powerful impact that rushed out of the 99 realms. The endless sea of fire fused with the fog, creating a large wave of heat. Under the impact, the entire world rumbled, and with the impact, it rushed to the top of the void. On the wooden bridge of the Celestial Emperor Cave, the white jade bottle before the person in the fog was completely red and gave off a high temperature. The cork at the mouth of the bottle trembled violently, as if there was a powerful force charging inside. The eyes of the person in the fog were cold. He raised his withered right hand and pointed at the cork. Immediately, a wave of demonic energy rushed toward the cork and entered it in the blink of an eye. However, just as the devilish energy was about to enter the white jade bottle through the cork, a heaven-shaking rumble echoed inside the Celestial Emperor Cave. The moment this rumble echoed, the cork at the mouth of the white jade bottle shattered into countless pieces that sprayed into the air like a fountain. This force was too strong and formed a powerful gust of wind. Even the fog around the person in the fog was blown back 3 feet. This revealed a slightly blurry figure inside. It was a set of black armor with a large amount of complex patterns on it. It gave off a gloomy, devilish energy that surrounded the world. His dried-up finger was bounced back the moment the cork exploded. 2 gloomy gazes came from the helmet of the armor and landed on the white jade bottle. When the cork of the white jade bottle shattered, a red flame came out from the mouth of the bottle. Along with the flame was an unimaginably high temperature. This scene was something ordinary people couldn't imagine. It was as if the white jade bottle had turned into a volcano. At this moment, the volcano erupted and a large amount of fire spread out. The temperature of the flames was too high. The moment they appeared, the wooden bridge under the people in the fog was immediately engulfed in a sea of fire. Even the small river under the wooden bridge turned into a large amount of white gas. The water dissipated, revealing the rapidly drying riverbed and the ferocious beast that had turned into a mist of blood as they screamed. In the blink of an eye, the wooden bridge was engulfed in flames and turned into ash. The person in the fog was in a courtyard, and there were many pavilions scattered around. Not far away, there was a green bamboo forest. This originally very unique environment was now surrounded by dense devilish energy, causing it to change greatly. The pavilions became gloomy, the bamboo turned black, and even the grass on the ground changed greatly. However, it didn't matter if this place was once a celestial realm or had become a devilish domain. At this moment, everything was covered in a sea of fire and turned to ashes. Even the person in the fog was pushed back hundreds of feet by the sudden impact of the sea of fire, revealing his figure. The person wearing the armor had a head of flowing white hair. The moment he was devoured by the sea of fire, he immediately flew into the air with a gloomy gaze. At this moment, a person walked out from the end of the white jade bottle. This person was bald and held a green scroll in his right hand. It was ancient demon Beilu. He revealed a smile and looked at the armored man. Then he shook his head and said, "One of the 4 great guards of the immortal emperor, Broken Blade, has become one of the scattered devils refined by the ancient devil. How sad." After Beilu, Tian Yunzi, Ling Tianho, Master Void, Situ Nan, and the beautiful woman appeared one by one. The old man on the gourd, the black-robed man with the black dragon mark, the 3 Chun brothers, Big Head, and company all flew out from the bottle. There is also the woman surrounded by demonic energy and elder son with the star-marked sable. Everyone that had entered the celestial cave, aside for the celestial cloud couple and Wang Lin, had all appeared. At this moment, all the flames inside the white jade bottle came out, but another wave of heat appeared. Wang Lin jumped out from the heat wave. His eyes were like flames as he looked around. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he noticed that almost everyone's gazes landed on him like lightning. Master Void's expression was neutral, but when he saw Wang Lin, his heart was filled with killing intent. Ling Tianho revealed a complicated expression. The more he interacted with Wang Lin, the more he felt like Wang Lin couldn't be underestimated. All seers' brows furrowed slightly, but they soon relaxed. As for everyone else, they all had different expressions. Whether it was the beautiful woman, her 4 disciples, or the man in black, they all looked at Wang Lin with different gazes. Even the armored scattered devil looked at Wang Lin with a gloomy gaze. Everyone here knew where that shocking sea of fire came from. Originally, they didn't care much about Wang Lin, but now they all remembered him. There was still a sea of fire that seemed like it was going to burn everything to ashes. The moment everyone appeared, the armored scattered devil revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He floated in the air and stretched out his arms. Dense, devilish energy erupted from his armor. They formed 2 black vortexes on his arms and rose into the air. Chapter 1024. The old man has been waiting for all of you for a long time. I offer my flesh and blood to the ancient and offer my soul to the void to become an ancient devil soul. I, ancient devil Tajia, am a scattered devil. I will use the tattoo clan's holy treasure to open the celestial burial pool. The scattered devil smile was filled with a strange aura. As his voice echoed, he raised his right foot and mercilessly stomped down. As the scattered devil stomped down, a loud explosion rang out in the surroundings. The ground where everyone stood had already been burned by the flames and turned into ruins. At this moment, cracks appeared on the ground of the ruins. More and more cracks appeared, and in the blink of an eye, they connected. Then a series of popping sounds echoed, and the ground collapsed. It was as if the scattered devil's foot had shattered the earth. As the ground collapsed, a powerful suction force came from below. There was another world below the ground. It was a giant vortex. This vortex was very large and covered the entire area. Mournful howls came from within the vortex, making it look like a ghost realm. Your arrival was calculated by Lord Ta Jia countless years ago. The place where Qing Lin buried the celestial was specially prepared for all of you. The old man is waiting for all of you below. The scattered devil's laughter echoed inside the thick fog. The ground collapsed, and the powerful suction force was like a big mouth that devoured everything here. The scattered devil was the first to be sucked into the vortex. His laughter became more and more distant until it disappeared. This sudden change shocked almost everyone here. No one expected to face such an unimaginable crisis after walking out of the bottle world. Under that frightening suction force, everyone's bodies seemed to be firmly grasped by a large hand and dragged toward the vortex below. The 3 Chun brothers were the closest, so they couldn't resist the suction force at all. They let out cries and were sucked into the vortex. Big Head struggled a bit, but he was also sucked in. As for the 4 female disciples beside the beautiful woman, their cultivation levels were the weakest. Wang Lin had already guessed why the beautiful woman would let the 4 of them come to such a dangerous place. Aside from the pink woman who was suspected to be the brilliant Void Saintess, the expressions of the other 3 changed. They couldn't struggle at all and were sucked in. There was even a woman among them. Due to the suction force being too strong, her delicate body collapsed with a bang and turned into a large cloud of blood mist. Her origin soul flew out from the blood mist in panic. However, just at this moment, countless mournful souls flew out from the vortex and surrounded her origin soul. They began to devour her origin soul like crazy. Under the whirlpool, even the miserable cries seemed to be sucked away and disappeared. Wang Lin also felt the unimaginable suction force. Fortunately, he had lived in the abyss of the demon spirit land for a long time, so there was also a suction force there. He didn't panic, but the moment the suction force surrounded him, he activated his origin energy and mercilessly stomped down. A large amount of fire came out from Wang Lin's feet and was pushed back. Although the fire was immediately sucked away by the vortex, Wang Lin's body was pushed back 100 feet. Ancient demon Bei Lu chuckled. He ignored the powerful suction force coming from the vortex and took a step forward. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the distance. There was a flash of demonic light in his right eye, and a powerful demonic aura surrounded his body. He blew out a breath, and a ripple appeared before him. He stepped into the ripple and looked back at the people struggling inside the vortex. He especially looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "Little friend Wang Lin, you let the old man enter this place. The old man doesn't owe you anything and will give you a clear path. This is the celestial burial pool that celestial Emperor Qing Lin used to shock the celestial realm. The number of celestials that have died here is incalculable. If you're accidentally sucked in, I fear you will die. Escaping as soon as possible is the only choice." As Bei Lu's words echoed inside the vortex, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and more than 10 large swords flew out. They rotated around him and formed a reverse current. He activated the origin energy in his body, and the sea of fire surrounded the large swords to resist the suction force. However, just at this moment, an angry roar came out from the vortex. This roar was heaven-shaking, and the moment it came out from the vortex, it caused the suction force to become even stronger. This was only secondary. The most important thing was that this roar contained an impact that caused everyone's mind to tremble. As the roar came out, countless tattoos appeared inside the vortex. These tattoos were blood red, and some of them were connected to pieces of flesh. It was as if they had just been dug out by someone. The moment he saw these tattoos, Wang Lin gasped. He immediately recognized that these tattoos were the ancestral tattoos of the forsaken immortal clan. A blurry figure slowly rose from the depths of the vortex as a furious roar and runes appeared. The moment the figure appeared, a monstrous, murderous aura immediately whistled out. This killing intent was so strong that even Ling Tianho's mind trembled. The feeling this blurry figure gave him made his hair go numb. Not even Tian Yunzi could make him feel this kind of feeling. Not even Master Void could do this. This had nothing to do with cultivation. It was purely a trembling of the soul, as if it had met its natural enemy. The blurry figure could only be vaguely seen to be that of a woman. She slowly rose into the air and gradually revealed a face without eyes. It was covered in bloody scars, and 2 streams of black blood flowed out of the empty eye sockets. Her eyes had been dug out by someone. Even the All-Seer's eyes were filled with shock when he saw the true face of the All-Seer and the blurry figure that appeared in the roar. This, could it be? It's her. Master Void's pupils shrank as he stared at the woman at the end of the vortex. He didn't hesitate to use all of his cultivation to struggle up with the beautiful middle-aged woman and the woman in pink. It's her. It must be her. She was actually sealed here by Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. Damn it. Rumor has it that her soul should have already been destroyed. Celestial Emperor Qing Lin didn't kill her. Master Void's calmness completely disappeared. After guessing the identity of the blurry figure, he felt like his soul was about to leave his body. The Cultivation Alliance knew a lot about what happened in the Celestial Realm. Master Void was a member of the Alliance's Elder Group, so he knew some secrets that outsiders couldn't know. The moment the blurry figure appeared, Elder Sun was struggling against the suction force. However, when he was hit by the sudden appearance of the killing intent, even with his cultivation, he couldn't withstand it. The origin energy in his body suddenly stopped circulating, and his body was immediately sucked into the vortex. His eyes were filled with fear, and just as he was about to sink into the vortex, the star-marked sable's head came out from his clothes. Its eyes were cold as it stepped on Elder Sun's body and jumped into the air. The star-marked sable was very mysterious. It could step on air and use the suction force to move forward. Its sable eyes looked at Wang Lin and shined brightly. At this moment, Bello looked at the blurry figure that was slowly floating out. There was a flash of demonic light in his right eye, and he muttered, "Old friend. I originally thought she was just missing an enclosed door cultivation, but I didn't expect her to be sealed here by Qing Lin. Qing Lin. He is very strong, very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that he was seriously injured when the celestial realm collapsed, Tajia, and I wouldn't have dared to be greedy for him. Staring at the blurry figure, Bello's eyes were filled with hesitation. Should I save her? His eyes suddenly lit up, and he carefully looked behind the blurry figure. His face was filled with shock. Qing Lin is too ruthless. He actually used something like this to seal her. Even if I was at my peak, I wouldn't be able to save her. I might even be implicated. Forget it. After giving up on the idea of saving her, Bello's figure flickered and slowly disappeared. He used his own unique method to leave this place. Just at this moment, as the blurry figure rose into the air and the killing intent spread like crazy, everyone here was shrouded by it. Situnan's hand formed a seal, and he flew into the air. However, the blurry figure immediately raised its right hand and gently waved. In an instant, the killing intent reached a peak. As the vortex swept by, it formed a storm. Ling Tianho's body trembled, and he was sucked down. Along with him was Situnan. Wang Lin's body that was rising into the air suddenly stopped. Without any hesitation, the origin energy in his body spread out and turned into a sea of fire. The more than 10 large swords rotated around him as he charged at Situnan. As the terrifying suction force and the terrifying blurry figure continued to rise, aside from the people being sucked in, everyone else was using their own spells in an attempt to break free. Only Wang Lin moved like lightning towards Situnan. Situnan stopped using all the origin energy in his body and revealed a wry smile. Seeing the blurry figure getting closer and closer, he muttered to himself, "This old man is lucky. Damn it, could it be that I'm going to stay here this time?" As he spoke, he saw Wang Lin charge at him. The origin energy in Wang Lin's body surged like crazy, and he was surrounded by a sea of fire. As he charged forward, the powerful suction force continued to devour the sea of fire around him. Seeing that Situ-Nan was getting farther and farther away, Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze. He clenched his teeth, and his origin energy surged. This caused his body to move at an unimaginable speed, and he charged downward like a meteor. As a result, his speed doubled, and he instantly closed in on Situ-Nan. At this moment, Wang Lin was less than 10,000 feet away from the blurry figure. His right hand reached out and grabbed Situ-Nan. His origin energy surged out and formed a destructive force as he charged upward. Below Wang Lin, black blood came out from the blurry figure's eyes and entered the vortex. It turned into a sea of blood and surged upward. Chapter 10:25. This black sea of blood moved with a whirlpool. From afar, it looked like a blood whirlpool that was about to devour the 9 heavens. There was also a thick smell of blood. The blood whirlpool was like the mouth of a vast ocean. With a strange howl, it continued to rush upwards. The distance of 1,000 feet was shortened by more than half in an instant. Wang Lin grabbed Situ-Nan in the air, and all the origin energy in his body began to move. Immediately, an endless sea of fire appeared around him. His left hand formed a seal and pointed. Immediately, the 10 or so large swords that were spinning in reverse immediately rushed into the sea of fire. As the swords spun, they stirred up the sea of fire and formed a sea of fire whirlpool that continued to counteract the smell of blood and killing intent. Under the burning of the sea of fire, there was a series of crackling sounds. As the killing intent got closer to the sea of fire, it was constantly being burned by the sea of fire. It formed a tight barrier that prevented the killing intent from getting in. After all, if the killing intent was absorbed into one's body, it would hinder the movement of origin energy. Even though Wang Lin had Rosefinch's sacred fire infused in his origin energy, he didn't dare to take the risk. Using the power of the reverse, the sea of fire whirlpool dragged Wang Lin for almost 100 feet. Then, with a shout, Wang Lin threw Situ-Nan up. Situ-Nan's body was immediately thrown over Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin sent a ray of origin energy into Situ-Nan's body. Wang Lin's origin energy contained Rosefinch's sacred fire and was terrifyingly hot. The killing intent that was affecting Situ Nan's cultivation was an extremely cold stream. The reason why Situ Nan's origin energy stopped moving was because it was frozen by this cold stream. At this moment, when Wang Lin's origin energy entered, the high temperature immediately eased the pressure on Situ Nan's origin energy. Situ Nan's cultivation level was not weak, and borrowing Wang Lin's power, he forced his origin energy to move. Popping sounds came from his body, and he let out a roar as his hand formed a seal, and he flew into the air. If the blurry figure was at its peak, Situ, Nan, and Wang Lin would have no chance of breaking through. But now, the blurry figure had been sealed here for countless years. Adding on the purity of Wang Lin's and Rosefinch's sacred fire, they had a chance of breaking through. Situ Nan's long hair fluttered in the wind as the origin energy in his body began to move again. Although it was still a bit sluggish in this dangerous situation, there was no time to heal. The moment he jumped up, his right hand formed a seal, and with a roar, he reached down. Immediately, 5 rays of golden light shot out from his 5 fingers toward Wang Lin. These 5 rays of golden light closed in and turned into a giant net that trapped Wang Lin. Situ Nan exerted all the strength he could muster at that moment and pulled upwards with all his might. In order to save Situ Nan, Wang Lin had risked his life to descend so deep. Although he struggled to fly up when he threw Situ Nan out, his body couldn't help but pause for a moment. Because of this, the black sea of blood closed in and was less than 1,000 feet away. The smell of blood hit Wang Lin's face and entered his senses. Inside the sea of blood, there were countless mournful souls. All of them revealed their elongated bodies and moved with the vortex. They stared at Wang Lin as if they wanted to devour Wang Lin and drag him into the sea of blood, never to be reincarnated. The ferocious faces of the souls were clear to see, making Wang Lin's scalp go numb. There was also a large amount of killing intent that came with the vortex and spread towards Wang Lin. Just at this moment, Situ Nan's giant net fell and covered Wang Lin's entire body. As Situ Nan roared and pulled, Wang Lin's body immediately borrowed the force to fly up. The two of them alternated like this and helped each other. Gradually, they pulled away from the sea of blood. Only Wang Lin and Situ Nan could do this. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to cooperate so well. All of this sounds simple, but in reality, if they didn't have complete understanding of each other, complete trust, and perfect timing, the two of them would not be able to escape like this if there was the slightest mistake. After all, everyone was mostly thinking about their own lives in the face of danger. Especially sometimes, it was usually necessary to risk one's own life in order to drag another out. In this way, very few cultivators in the world were capable of accomplishing that. When Situ Nan was in danger, Wang Lin would risk everything to save him. Similarly, when Wang Lin was in danger, Situ Nan would not hesitate to help, even if he was facing a life and death situation. While Wang Lin and Situ Nan were helping each other escape, Ling Tianho's body was cut off by the killing intent from before, so he fell to the ground. However, Ling Tianho's cultivation level was higher than Situ Nan's, so when he fell, the vortex loosened a bit. However, he was too close to the vortex. If his cultivation had recovered, he would have had a chance to escape, but right now, it was only loosened and he was in danger. Just at this moment, Tian Yunzi, who was above the vortex, frowned and let out a sigh. He waved his sleeves and unexpectedly made the same choice as Wang Lin and charged down. His speed was far faster than Wang Lin's. In an instant, he arrived next to Ling Tianho in the depths of the vortex. He grabbed Ling Tianho and charged upward. The sea of blood roared, and the vague figure appeared at the center. It raised its withered arm and gently reached forward. Tian Yunzi's expression changed, and without hesitation, a gray light flashed between his eyebrows. The gray-robed Tian Yunzi suddenly appeared. The moment he appeared, the gray-robed Tian Yunzi's right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. A sharp howl immediately filled the celestial burial sea of blood. Waves of slaughter chi appeared out of thin air and filled the surroundings in the blink of an eye. It was as if there were wisps of smoke lingering in the air. Looking from afar, the amount of slaughter chi was astonishing. The endless slaughter energy gathered from all directions as the gray-robed Tian Yunzi pointed. It turned into a strand of slaughter energy that charged at the vague figure's right hand. The moment the gray-robed Tian Yunzi appeared, Master Void's pupil shrank, and he muttered, "Gray-robed." The gray-robed Tian Yunzi's expression was gloomy and extremely cold. He pointed with his right hand and spoke calmly. Bang! The moment he said this, the endless killing intent that had merged into one suddenly collapsed. There was a heaven-shattering bang as the collapsed slaughter energy created a powerful rebound force that pushed Tian Yunzi and Ling Tianho upward. The sea of blood was also pushed back by this heaven-shaking roar. The souls inside were torn apart and screamed as they died. Ling Tianho silently pondered. He responded to Tian Yunzi's action with a cold gaze. Tian Yunzi ignored Ling Tianho. As he charged out, a scream came from the vortex below. The vague figure below suddenly raised its head and charged out at an unimaginable speed. Its right hand formed a claw as it charged at the gray-robed Tian Yunzi. This scream contained a terrifying impact. Wang Lin and Situ Nin were immediately hit by this impact. They coughed out blood and sped up their escape. As for the others, they were already flying into the air and using their origin energy to resist this impact. The gray-robed Tian Yunzi's eyes narrowed as he stared at the blurry figure closing in. His eyes turned red and he sneered. He raised his right hand, pointed up, and slowly said, "Slaughter World." As soon as he said this, a loud rumbling sound came from the void where everyone was, and a huge crack immediately appeared in the void above the vortex. Strands of slaughter chi gushed out from the crack. There was just too much slaughter chi. It was countless times more than what he had seen before. In a short period of time, as strands of slaughter energy appeared, the entire area was filled with slaughter energy. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. 100 million strands of slaughter energy rushed out and covered the celestial burial vortex. There was simply too much slaughter energy, and if it wasn't for the fact that they could fuse with each other, this place wouldn't be able to contain them all. This unimaginable scene caused Wang Lin to suck in a breath of cold air. The gray-robed man's calm but domineering voice echoed in his ears. If there are 100 million strands of slaughter energy, even if a planet collapses, you can still protect yourself. 100 million strands of slaughter energy was something Wang Lin had never seen before. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, the shock he felt was indescribable. Although the celestial burial vortex was large, compared to the endless slaughter energy, it was still a bit small. At this moment, the slaughter energy gathered as the gray-robed Tian Yunzi's right hand descended. A whirlwind formed by hundreds of millions of strands of slaughter aura suddenly appeared before everyone. This whirlwind was so big that it seemed as if it could break through all barriers in this place. As it continued to compress, a terrifying pressure that made everyone's scalps go numb appeared crazily. Slaughter World. The gray-robed All-Seer let out a roar, and the powerful slaughter whirlwind charged out. It moved the celestial burial vortex toward the blurry figure. Rumble, 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 rumble. Waves of heaven-shaking rumbles echoed like thunder, as if there was no pause. Under the continuous impact, the sea of blood collapsed once more. Even the celestial burial vortex began to tremble. Borrowing the force of the impact, Wang Lin and Situ Nin charged out of the vortex. They floated in the air and looked down with pale faces. It wasn't just the two of them. At this moment, even the old man on the gourd was aghast. The pupils of the man in black with the hidden dragon mark between his eyebrows shrank. Tian Yunzi, Master Void, took a deep breath as he stared at the gray-robed Tian Yunzi. He could never forget that it was this figure that walked into the Cultivation Alliance by himself and defeated countless powerful cultivators. Even some of the elders weren't his match. Furthermore, he had personally killed a member of the group of elders from back then and became a new member of the group of elders in a domineering manner. What is even more terrifying about him is the terrifying power of law that allows him to foresee everything. Although he is terrifying when he slaughters, his gaze that sees through everything when he isn't slaughtering is enough to make the Cultivation Alliance pay great attention to him. Master Void stared at the gray-robed Tian Yunzi and then at the original body of Tian Yunzi, who had saved Ling Tianho. If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Brother feared this person and sacrificed his lifespan to use his third Heaven's Blight to borrow Ling Tianho to break this person's Dao heart. This caused a flaw to appear in his second Heaven's Blight and caused his Dao to collapse into countless pieces, making it impossible to fuse again. Otherwise, the Tian Yunzi today would be unimaginably terrifying. Even if he isn't at the third step, he wouldn't be far from it. Inside the celestial burial vortex, the moment the sea of blood collapsed, the blurry woman inside gently waved her right hand. A golden-purple tattoo flashed between her eyebrows. With a wave of her hand, the raging slaughter vortex suddenly paused and then collapsed. The 100 million strands of slaughter energy instantly disappeared without a trace. This sudden turn of events immediately caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The gray-robed Tian Yunzi's eyes lit up, and he frowned. Just as he was about to use another spell, Tian Yunzi's original body, who had saved Ling Tianho, calmly said, "Come back." The gray-robed Tian Yunzi turned around and looked at the original body. His eyes became cold, but he silently retreated. He turned into a ray of gray light and disappeared between the eyebrows of the original body. At this moment, Tian Yunzi had already flown out of the vortex and was floating in the air. Aside from the people that had been sucked into the vortex, everyone else was still there. However, no one spoke. Their gazes all fell on the woman slowly floating up from the vortex. As the woman closed in, Wang Lin clearly saw that the woman's feet were bound by a red tendon. At this moment, the red tendon was pulled straight as the woman floated into the air. The star-marked sable that had disappeared during the collapse flew out of the whirlpool and landed on the woman's feet. It sniffed the crimson tendon a few times, then its eyes shone with intelligence. It actually laid down on the tendon and remained motionless. When she was about 2,000 feet from everyone, the woman stopped and looked up at everyone with her empty eye sockets. Black blood was still flowing out from her eye sockets and dripping down her chin. "Are there any descendants of the Tattoo clan left?" A raspy voice that carried a strange power slowly came out of the woman's mouth. Although this voice was hoarse, it was very pleasant to listen to. It was as if it could echo in one's ears and wouldn't disappear for a long time. Facing the woman's sudden question, everyone silently pondered. After a long time, Master Void revealed a respectful expression and clasped his hands. "There's still a lot of descendants of the Tattoo clan left." The woman silently pondered and let out a sigh. She had struggled to come out from the depths of the celestial graveyard just to ask this question and see a person. It was as if there was an invisible gaze in her empty eye sockets that fell on Wang Lin. "Summon the celestial guard that has fused with your body." Wang Lin silently pondered, and with a thought, Ta Shan appeared from the shadow behind him. He stepped out and coldly stared at the woman. "It has been a long time since I've seen my clansmen." The woman revealed a hint of melancholy. She waved her right hand, and Ta Shan flew toward her uncontrollably. Chapter 1026. Ta Shan closed in on the woman, and his eyes were still cold. As a celestial guard, although he still had intelligence, all emotions had dissipated, leaving only indifference. The woman raised her hand and gently placed it between Ta Shan's eyebrows. In an instant, a powerful force rushed into Ta Shan's forehead and destroyed the celestial guard imprint. In addition, as Ta Shan trembled, a large amount of golden liquid came out of his body. Each drop of the golden liquid contained all the materials used to refine the celestial guard. In just a moment, all traces of the Celestial Guard imprint disappeared from Ta Shan's body. This method of breaking the Celestial Guard imprint by force made Wang Lin's scalp go numb. Fortunately, he was only controlling the Celestial Guard by force, so if the Celestial Guard was destroyed, he wouldn't be affected. After losing the Celestial Guard imprint, the intelligence in Ta Shan's eyes gradually dissipated. Back then, he was already on the verge of death. If Wang Lin hadn't refined him into a Celestial Guard, he would have already died. Without the Celestial Guard imprint, death aura filled his body. However, how could she let Ta Shan die before the woman? The woman slowly raised her right hand, and her finger gently drew between Ta Shan's eyebrows. One stroke, one stroke, one stroke. A complex rune gradually appeared under the woman's fingertip and was deeply imprinted between Ta Shan's eyebrows. In the name of the Tattoo Clan's holy ancestor, I open the ancestral spirit for you and obtain the Tattoo Clan's holy tattoo. The woman's voice was a bit tired. The moment she finished the last stroke, the rune between Ta Shan's eyebrows shined. His body gradually stopped trembling and he calmed down. He looked at the woman before him with confusion. When the woman carved the rune for Ta Shan again, Ta Shan's life's memories were learned by the woman without reservation. She saw Ta Shan's family living inside the Nether Beast, saw them offering sacrifices to the Celestial Guard, saw the slave imprint the Celestial Guard placed on them, and saw Wang Lin take them away from the Nether Beast to find a new place to live. She saw all of this. When she saw the slave imprint on the Tattoo Clan, even more black blood flowed out of her empty eye sockets. Qing Lin, you lied to me. The woman raised her head and let out a sharp voice filled with shocking resentment. As this voice filled with extreme resentment echoed, the celestial burial vortex below him began to rotate violently. Countless souls rushed out and let out mournful cries. As the vortex rotated rapidly, an endless amount of murderous aura spread out, stirring the vortex as if it was about to collapse. A ferocious expression appeared on the woman's face. Her resentment was unimaginably deep, as if the resentment she had been suppressing for countless years was about to explode at this moment. As the woman's voice reverberated in the air, the vortex below seemed as if it was about to be uprooted. However, at that moment, the crimson tendons under the woman's feet suddenly shone with a red light. This red light surged into the woman's body and formed a red halo that locked her down. However, the unimaginable resentment, the accumulated resentment from being sealed here for tens of thousands of years, the anger from knowing that she had been tricked by Qing Lin, caused her body to move, and the halo around her body immediately collapsed with a loud bang. She raised her right hand and mercilessly reached toward the vortex below. This grab caused the earth to tremble and the vortex to tremble. Even the Celestial Emperor Cave seemed like it was going to collapse. The vortex formed by the Celestial Burial Pool began to collapse under the woman's grasp. The souls inside the vortex let out miserable screams as they were torn apart. The vortex rapidly shrank and continued to rise toward the woman's right hand. It was as if the woman was going to pull out the vortex formed by the Celestial Burial Pool from the ground. This drastic change caused the surroundings to change. Tian Yunzi silently looked at all of this, and his expression was a bit gloomy. Master Void bitterly smiled and shook his head. He had read some of the records in the Celestial Realm and knew a bit about what happened back then. When he saw that the woman that was rumored to be dead hadn't died, he connected it with the records he had read and guessed a bit about what happened back then. You lied to me. You promised me that you wouldn't harm my clan and would instead open up another star system for my clan to live in. From then on, your celestial realm and my talisman realm would coexist. This is what you promised me back then. Qing Lin, why did you lie to me? The woman's shrill voice echoed in the air. It was filled with dense resentment. As her right hand continued to move, the vortex formed by the Celestial Burial Pool collapsed once more. As it shrank, the dark abyss around it was revealed. The vortex charged up and gathered on the woman's right hand. Countless souls flew out. Most of these souls were the Celestials Qing Lin had killed over the countless years. At this moment, they formed a shocking scene. The red tendon under the woman shined even more brightly, and layers of halos surrounded her body. However, the moment they surrounded her, they immediately collapsed. Right at this moment, countless imprints appeared on the crimson-red tendon. As soon as these imprints appeared, they immediately emanated waves of crystalline light that floated up from the crimson-red tendon and swiftly gathered together. In an instant, as the crystalline light gathered, the countless crystalline light transformed into a drifting figure before the woman. This figure was semi-transparent, but it was a middle-aged man. He wore a golden robe, and his long hair was tied up by a yellow ribbon that hung elegantly behind his head. His appearance was extremely handsome, and he even emanated a sage-like aura. His eyes revealed icy coldness and mercilessness, and there wasn't a shred of intelligence in them. At the instant his figure appeared, an aura of supremacy in the world shot into the sky. At this moment, even someone as strong as Tian Yunzi's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, countless illusory clones appeared around him. This wasn't something he'd done on his own accord, but it was caused by the impact of an aura that shocked him. He really is stronger than he was all those years ago. Tian Yunzi sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes were filled with dread. In Tian Yunzi's life, he had only been this shocked before one person, and that was him back then. The moment Wang Lin saw this person, he sucked in a breath of cold air and his pupils shrank. He immediately recognized that this person was exactly the same as the Qing Lin statue he had seen in the Flower Imperial Concubines Hall. Qing Lin. This isn't the real Qing Lin, just an avatar he left in the Celestial Burial Pool to seal the Tattoo clan's holy ancestor. It has no intelligence, no memory, and no spells. The only instinct it has is to prevent the Tattoo clan's holy ancestor, Qiu Yao, from escaping. Master Void's mind was also shaken. At his cultivation level, he could slightly change the laws around him. However, when he saw this figure, he felt like he had returned to when he was still immortal. He was so weak that he could die in one breath. At this moment, far away from the East Demon Spirit Sea, beyond planet Tianyun, in a burning star system not even the Cultivation Alliance could control. When Wang Lin and Rosefinch awakened and walked out of the bottle world, a huge change that shocked the entire Rosefinch Divine sect occurred. All of this was because of Rosefinch's awakening. Chapter 1027. In the depths of the Alliance star system, there were a few areas that even the Cultivation Alliance couldn't control. No cultivator of the Cultivation Alliance could take half a step into those areas. Once you step into those areas, you would immediately face a disaster with no chance of survival. Even Nirvana Cleanser cultivators would be terrified and wouldn't dare to take half a step into those areas. Only Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would have the guts to enter, but they still had to be very careful. Often, one wrong step could lead to their death. These areas were known as the Death Forbidden Lands in the Cultivation Alliance. Anyone who had reached the second step in the Cultivation Alliance would more or less know about these things. There were many rumors in the outside world, but not many people knew the cause and effect of all of this. Among these forbidden lands, there was one that was burned by thick flames all year round. At first glance, this sea of flames spread throughout the star field. The brightness of the flames fluctuated, but the terrifying heat and the heat waves that came from time to time could make anyone who saw this burning star field tremble. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless star region that was burning. This scene would be unforgettable to anyone who saw it. Even reincarnation would not be able to erase the deep memory of the scarlet-red flames that were reflected in one's eyes when one looked at it. This sea of fire was different from Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's burning the heavens spell. The burning the heavens spell was an extreme spell, but this burning sea of fire was born of nature. Rumor had it that this sea of fire had existed since the celestial realm existed. If one looked back, it seemed to have existed since ancient times. No one knew how long this sea of fire had burned for. Generations of cultivators came and went, the celestial realm collapsed, and ancient times passed. However, This sea of fire seemed to burn forever. No one knew exactly what sort of power, what sort of natural law, was able to allow the sea of flames to burn endlessly, without a beginning or an end, never to be extinguished. This eternal burning caused this star system to become a world of fire. In a vast star field, after countless years of burning, all the planets and dust had dissipated, leaving only 9 planets connected together to form circle. Only these 9 planets could withstand the unimaginable heat after being washed by the sea of fire for countless years. Even so, these 9 celestial bodies were no longer complete. They were like crescent moons. Thick flames surrounded these 9 planets, as if they were constantly burning, wanting to turn them all into ashes. At the moment, there was no ocean on the first of the 9 planets. Even if there had been an ocean a long time ago, it had long since evaporated, leaving behind a parched seabed. At a glance, there was no greenery on the planet. Even the plants that existed were fiery red, giving off a dazzling beauty. However, hidden beneath this beauty was death. Plants that could survive in such an environment were definitely not simple. This place was the same as a normal cultivation planet. It was filled with dense spiritual energy. However, this spiritual energy contained fire poison. If a mortal breathed it in, their entire body and bones would instantly turn to ashes. Even cultivators wouldn't be able to endure this fire poison for long. This star field was named Rosefinch Land, and these 9 planets were named Rosefinch Sacred Planets. Among them, the first sacred star was Supreme. Directly south of it, there was a dark red giant statue that towered into the 9 heavens. This image was shockingly a vermilion bird spreading its wings and about to soar into the sky. Its tail spread out like flames that covered the surrounding 5 kilometers. If the tail was already so large, then there was no need to talk about Rosefinch's body. The Rosefinch statue occupied hundreds of kilometers, and it was like a behemoth. Even in the burning space, it could be seen at a glance. Rosefinch's eyes were completely formed by flames. Every 2 hours, a dense sea of flames would gather from the sky and enter Rosefinch's eyes. This wasn't the only Rosefinch statue. There were 8 other Rosefinch sacred planets. These 9 identical Rosefinch statues represented the pinnacle of the entire Rosefinch divine sect. There were dozens of red-robed people sitting below the Rosefinch statue. There were men and women among them, and they were all absorbing the surrounding fire. Rosefinch's tail was divided into 3 parts, and there was an old man sitting on each of them. The 3 of them were currently forming seals, and strange sounds came from their mouths. This caused every feather of the Rosefinch statue to release flames that were absorbed by the dozens of cultivators below. This was a necessary daily cultivation for the Rosefinch divine sect. They were using the statue to absorb the power of fire. From a distance, in addition to the dozens of cultivators below the statue, there were also hundreds of cultivators sitting cross-legged in the distance. If one looked even further, they would see that the Rosefinch statue was the center of the entire planet. There were dozens, hundreds, and then thousands, and then tens of thousands of cultivators on the outside. Countless cultivators, dressed in the same attire, were silently absorbing the flames emitted from the holy statue. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, the flames from the Rosefinch statue gradually dissipated. The surrounding cultivators began to finish their cultivation. Usually, when they finished their cultivation, it meant that they had finished cultivating for the day. In the outermost area, some people had already opened their eyes because they hadn't absorbed much of the flames. Gradually, as the cultivators stopped their cultivation, their divine senses began to recover. Even the 3 old men behind Rosefinch awoke from their meditations. One of them stood up and looked at the dozens of Rosefinch divine sect disciples below. He was about to speak. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. The vermilion bird holy statue suddenly trembled. The originally dim flames around its body suddenly surged at this moment. A red light came from the Rosefinch statue like crazy. The flames on it continued to grow, and as they rose like crazy, the expressions of the three old men changed greatly. The three of them flew out without hesitation, and one of the old men roared, "Vermilion bird divine sect disciples, retreat. Quickly retreat." The other two old men waved their sleeves, creating a powerful wind that lifted the dozens of disciples on the ground. The dozens of disciples were blown into the air. Their expressions changed, and they retreated without hesitation. In an instant, all of the Vermilion Bird sect disciples around the Vermilion Bird holy statue retreated one by one. From the sky, one could clearly see the people around the Vermilion Bird holy statue retreat like the tide. The flames from the rosefinch statue became even fiercer. They shot into the sky and covered the entire sky. The thick flames spread like crazy, forming a sea of fire that spread in a ring. At this moment, this wasn't the only place like this. The same scene appeared on the other 8 rosefinch divine stars. This sudden change caused the expressions of most of the people from the rosefinch divine sect to change. However, some of the old men from the rosefinch divine sect trembled when they saw the change to the rosefinch statue. They weren't trembling because of fear, but because of excitement. The rosefinch transformation. The rosefinch transformation. The old man was able to witness the rosefinch transformation in his lifetime. An old man with a head full of white hair looked at the sky and laughed. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes as he stared at the rosefinch statue. He wasn't the only one. At this moment, everyone who knew about the rosefinch transformation looked at the sky with excitement. Although there weren't many people like this on the 9 rosefinch divine stars, every single one of them had an extremely high cultivation base. The instant the rosefinch transformation happened on the first sacred star, a purplish-red sea of fire in the distance collapsed with a loud bang, and a purplish-red figure flew out from within. The moment this figure appeared, the surrounding sea of fire gathered and surrounded the figure. Within the flickering flames, one could vaguely see that it was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. He stared blankly at the sky and the shocking transformation of the rosefinch transformation. His body couldn't help but tremble. The rosefinch transformation. At some point, 2 lines of tears flowed down from his eyes, and he laughed wildly. It really is the rosefinch transformation. This scene was happening on the other 8 rosefinch divine stars. The rosefinch divine statue emitted a thick sea of fire. The moment it was pushed out, the sea of fire suddenly reversed, and the scattered flames immediately flowed back and gathered toward the rosefinch divine statue. It wasn't just a sea of fire that gathered at short distance. Instead, all the flames on a rosefinch divine star were frantically gathering toward the rosefinch divine statue. It was as if an unimaginable suction force had appeared inside the statue. From a distance, the rosefinch divine star looked like a sea with flames coming from all directions. At this moment, the sky changed colors and the clouds surged. As it absorbed the flames, the rosefinch divine statue erupted like a volcano. Crimson flames emerged from it and formed a huge pillar of fire that shot into the sky. This scene seemed to be using the rosefinch divine statue as a medium to condense the flames of the entire planet into a pillar of fire. All of this was to allow this pillar of fire to rush into the sky and out of the divine star. This pillar of fire penetrated the clouds, the astral winds, and the surging heat waves. It rushed out of the divine star and appeared in the burning starfield. The moment it rushed out, 8 pillars of fire from the other 8 rosefinch divine stars absorbed enough flames to rush out. In an instant, 9 pillars of fire condensed in the center of the 9 divine stars. The moment the 9 pillars of fire condensed, Rosefinch's voice echoed across the burning starfield. It was several times louder and more powerful than Wang Lin's voice in the bottle world. What appeared along with Rosefinch's voice was a rosefinch the size of a cultivation planet. It was as if this rosefinch divine statue hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. When it appeared, all the natural flames that the Cultivation Alliance dreaded began to gather. The tremors they caused the entire burning starry sky to tremble violently, as if the entire starry sky were being shaken by raging waves. This was the change of Rosefinch. This was the first change of Rosefinch Divine Sect since the Rosefinch Divine Sect lost to the Cultivation Alliance. The change of Rosefinch was of great significance to the Rosefinch Divine Sect. This meant that someone who could become the next Rosefinch Divine Emperor had awakened Rosefinch. Only then could a change of Rosefinch occur, and a Rosefinch true spirit that hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years appeared. At this moment, 9 purplish-red figures flew out from the 9 Rosefinch Divine Stars. All 9 of them were at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, and they appeared at the same time for the change of Rosefinch. The moment the 9 of them closed in on Rosefinch's true spirit, the Rosefinch's true spirit let out a bird cry that echoed across the starfield. Countless ripples spread across the starfield and set off a large amount of flames. At the same time, the Rosefinch's true spirit rapidly rotated and turned into a giant fireball. As the sea of flames spread, the fireball formed by the Rosefinch's true spirit began to distort. However, an image appeared within the distortion. The person in the image had a head full of flowing long hair, and a vermilion bird totem appeared on his body. His entire body exuded thick flames, and from afar, he looked like a vermilion bird. He was Wang Lin. In the image, aside from Wang Lin, there was also the Tattoo clan's holy ancestor, who had a mournful expression and black blood flowing out of her eyes. Before her was Qing Lin's avatar formed by a crystal light. The moment the image appeared, the woman suddenly looked over. Her empty eye sockets caused the hearts of the 9 of them to tremble. This woman is Tattoo clan's holy ancestor Qiu Yao. From the looks of it, the person in front of her is the celestial Emperor Qing Lin from all those years ago. Master Void, Tian Yunzi, and company also appeared in the image. Master Void and Tian Yunzi are also here. The Rosefinch awakened in such a dangerous place. As an important figure in the Alliance, Master Void will not allow my Rosefinch sect to have an awakened. However, the old man has never seen this awaken before. How did he obtain the Rosefinch sequence? The 9 of them looked at the image inside the fireball. Just at this moment, a powerful divine sense spread out from the depths of the burning star domain. This divine sense was so strong that it caused the burning of the star domain to pause for a moment. There is no need to doubt this child's identity. The Rosefinch mark was given to him by the old man's avatar. All of you, use the power of your entire clan to find the true spirit to lead the way. Bring him back safely at all costs. When this divine sense swept by, the 9 of them revealed fervent respect. We obey the divine emperor's order. The old man doesn't have much time left. His injuries from back then have become even more serious. This child has awakened, and he is the hope of my Rosefinch sect. All of you, do whatever it takes to ensure his safety. At this moment, inside the Celestial Emperor cave, the moment Qing Lin appeared, Wang Lin felt the Rosefinch totem on his body heat up. Before he could check it, several gazes fell on him. There was a flash of killing intent in Master Void's eyes. At this moment, he noticed the change in Wang Lin's totem. The Rosefinch sect has discovered this person's awakening. The computer was broken, and by the time it was fixed, it was already late. The next chapter would be a bit late, so he was working hard on typing. Chapter 10:28. The Tattoo clan's divine ancestor had also sensed the faint change in the Rosefinch totem on Wang Lin's body, but she ignored it. She could not see Qing Lin, but she could clearly feel his existence. Over the countless years, how could she not know that a sliver of his divine sense had fused with the restriction here? His goal was to seal her forever. Feeling the existence of Qing Lin's divine sense, the hatred in the woman's heart became even stronger. Her empty eyes stared at where Qing Lin was, and countless memories flashed through her mind. Qing Lin, the woman gritted her teeth. The moment Qing Lin's divine sense appeared, there was a flash of black light between her eyebrows. An extremely complicated rune flashed and turned into a ferocious red beast bone that shot toward Qing Lin's divine sense. The moment the beast bone appeared, a monstrous, baleful aura rose in the surroundings. Under this baleful aura, the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have fallen into winter. As the baleful aura continued to spread, large amounts of ice appeared in the surroundings with a series of cracking sounds. The origin energy in Wang Lin's body quickly circulated, and a high temperature of the rose finch sacred fire circulated through his body. However, his eyes were locked onto the beast bone, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. Wither of Tao Pair. Wang Lin looked at the back of his right hand. On it was the ferocious appearance of the Wither of Tao Pair. The spell the Tattoo Clan's divine ancestor is using is exactly the same as the Wither of Tao Pair. However, the color is different, and the spell it contains is also different. Qing Lin's divine sense formed by the crystal light coldly looked at the woman. Then he raised his right hand and pointed forward. With this, specks of crystal light appeared on Qing Lin's avatar. These specks of crystal light came from Qing Lin's body and gathered on his right index finger. As he pointed, the specks of crystal light rushed out and surrounded the beast bone like a river of crystal light. The moment they formed a circle, the crystal dots immediately shrank inward, piercing through the animal bone at an unbelievable speed and fusing with it. The crystal specks gathered inside the beast bone. As a large amount of crystal specks penetrated the beast bone did not seem to be able to stop them at all. As the crystal specks continued to penetrate the beast bone, strands of crimson gas appeared from the beast bone. It was as if the countless crystal specks were sucked out and fused with the crystal specks. As the crimson gas continued to flow out, the color of the beast bone dimmed, as if it had lost its spirit. In just a moment, a fist-sized, resplendent crystal appeared inside the beast bone. The moment the crystal appeared, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, and it was like sharp swords that shot out with the light. This scene caused everyone in the surroundings to gasp. What a domineering sealing technique. He doesn't need to use the slightest bit of his divine avatar's power to extract the laws of his opponent's divine ability and completely transform it into his own sealing technique. Even Senior Brother can't do this so casually. Master Void sucked in a breath of cold air, and his pupils shrank. However, a hint of greed soon appeared in his eyes. Although Qing Lin is strong, according to the information my Cultivation Alliance has gathered over the years, I'm 90% sure he is on the verge of death. If we can capture him and use a special method to control him, no one in the Cultivation Alliance will be a match for him. Thunderous rumbles spread out in an instant. The moment the light erupted from the beast bone, it trembled and rays of light spread out. The beast bone immediately collapsed into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Although all of this sounds slow, it all happened in an instant. The rays of light caused everyone's eyes to hurt, and they all retreated. Qing Lin coldly looked at the Tattoo Clan's divine ancestor and raised his right hand once more. A strange seal appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. There was a howl as the seal turned into a rune that gave off a green light and floated above the woman. The moment the first rune appeared, the celestial burial vortex that had been pulled out by the woman let out a roar. One by one, soul fragments flew out from the celestial burial vortex. There weren't many at first, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared endlessly. The gigantic vortex immediately broke free from the woman's control, and as a heaven-shaking rumble echoed, it immediately began to spin. This time, it was spinning even faster, and there were even sounds that sounded as if the world was being torn apart. The unimaginable number of souls moved with the vortex. Their ferocious expressions and mournful roars made it seem like the gates to hell had been opened. There were simply too many souls, and just one look made Wang Lin's scalp go numb. There were celestials, people from the Tattoo Clan, ancient cultivators, and fierce beasts that Wang Lin had never seen before. Any one of the souls contained a terrifying pressure. Although they were already dead, Zhao Jioga could tell from the pressure that each of these souls was extremely powerful when they were alive. Anyone that was thrown into the celestial burial pool by Celestial Emperor Qing Lin definitely had the qualifications. As the endless souls howled, the celestial burial vortex suddenly rose up like a raging wave. It rotated rapidly under the woman in a suction force that was several times stronger than before appeared. However, the strange thing was that this suction force was only effective on the woman and had no effect on Wang Lin and the others. Qing Lin didn't stop. His hands formed a seal, and another seal appeared and floated to the left of the woman. The moment the seal appeared, the celestial burial vortex roared even louder and rotated even faster. It was as if it had turned into a giant mouth that wanted to devour the woman. Even more black blood flowed out of the woman's eyes. From afar, it looked like tears were flowing, but these tears were shocking. "Why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? Why?" The woman's voice was filled with a powerful, penetrating force. The moment it appeared, the two seals around her trembled, as if they could collapse at any moment. What was even more terrifying was that the void around the woman began to crack as her voice echoed. It was as if the void was about to collapse. As his voice pierced through the air, it formed a series of sonic booms that reverberated wildly in the surroundings. In the end, it turned into a storm that charged straight at Qing Lin. Blood immediately flowed out from Wang Lin's ears. Although he had been constantly using his spiritual energy and had the body of an ancient god, he was still injured by this voice. It was as if he had gone deaf, and those three words echoed for a long time. "Why? Why?" Wang Lin's face was filled with terror as he looked over. Not only him, but Situ, Nan, and everyone else were the same. Only the All-Seer, Master Void, and the man in black had gloomy expressions and weren't affected. The voice turned into a storm and charged at Qing Lin. Qing Lin's expression was still cold as he raised his right hand and pointed forward. With this, the roaring sound wave immediately paused. It was as if an unimaginable law of the world had descended into the world at that moment. According to the will of the one who had descended, everything in the world was instantly stripped of its ability to move. It turned into countless invisible power of the law, entangling everything and stopping all operations. "Stop spell." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light and a hint of excitement. The stop spell was a very important celestial spell for him. Wang Lin had been in many dangerous situations in his life, but because of the stop spell, he was able to safely survive. It could be said that the stop spell was an indispensable spell for him. However, the stop body art he learned was something he learned from the jade left behind by Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. Back then, he had never seen a second person use this art. Therefore, if he wanted to improve or even break the origin of this art, he had no chance at all. However, this was the first time he had seen the stop spell used by someone else, and the person who used it was Qing Lin. Others might not have a deep understanding of the stop spell, but Wang Lin was the inheritor of Qing Lin's stop spell. Personally witnessing the spell was very important to him. This was no less than Qing Lin teaching him personally. It was as if Qing Lin was the teacher and Wang Lin was the disciple. After the disciple mastered the stop spell, the teacher personally used it before the disciple to give the disciple a chance to adjust. This was an opportunity that Wang Lin dreamed of. It was as if Bai Fan had been reborn and had used Call the Wind, Summon the Rain, Magic Beans for Soldiers, Mountains Crumble, and Dark Moon Clear Skies in front of Wang Lin. However, right now was not the time to think about it in detail. Wang Lin could only firmly remember that moment in his heart. After he left this place, he would go into closed-door cultivation to comprehend it. Qing Lin's right hand didn't stop. After stopping the storm of sound, he quickly formed a seal. Without the slightest hesitation, 7 seals appeared one by one and instantly surrounded the woman. They combined with the previous 2 seals to form a 9-seal formation. The 9 seals formed a ring around the woman and gave off bursts of strange light. At this moment, when all 9 seals appeared, the celestial burial vortex under the woman suddenly erupted. The celestial burial vortex howled and continued to expand as it rotated rapidly. At this moment, countless souls rushed out from the vortex and charged at the woman. Almost in the blink of an eye, The woman's surroundings were densely packed with souls. These souls gathered together and turned into black chains that immediately bound the woman's body and fiercely dragged her towards the vortex below. Chapter 1029. The vortex below also rushed into the sky, and an unimaginable suction force erupted from within, causing the Tattoo clan's sacred ancestor to be unable to struggle at all. As the countless chains pulled him back into the vortex, he was slowly pulled back into the vortex. The woman revealed a bleak expression, and the tattoo between her eyebrows flashed. Every time it flashed, there would be a thunderous rumble. Large amounts of chains around her would collapse and turn into soul fragments that let out miserable screams before being sucked into the celestial burial vortex. However, almost as soon as it collapsed, countless souls immediately rushed out from the celestial burial vortex. They condensed into new chains and continued to pull. This scene caused all of the onlookers to fall silent. Their hearts trembled, and they all stood up. The woman bitterly smiled. She had been sealed here for far too many years, and she no longer had the cultivation she had back then. If Qing Lin's clone wasn't here, she might have been able to struggle and escape, but right now, she did not have the slightest chance. As she revealed a miserable smile, her empty eye sockets seemed to regain spirit. Although she had no eyes at this moment, there was a cloud of green gas moving in her eye sockets. It seemed to replace her eyes and give her spirit back. She looked at Qing Lin's avatar that was trying to stop her from escaping and revealed a miserable smile. The person I hate the most in my life is you, Qing Lin. Back then, my Tattoo clan offended the sovereign and had to escape into the sealed realm that the sovereign couldn't control. I originally wanted to avoid the conflict here and just wanted to survive and stay away from death. The war with your celestial realm was because your celestial realm wanted my Tattoo clan source energy and attacked first. Did my Tattoo clan have to obey you? That war lasted for far too long. Your celestial realm used all kinds of methods, and you killed countless experts in my Tattoo clan in order to steal my clan's treasure. If that was it, it wouldn't have mattered. In a war between two realms, casualties are inevitable. However, as the Celestial Emperor and the strongest person in the four celestial realms, why did you lie to the fragile heart of a woman like me? You said that I would be your talisman concubine. I, Qiu Yao, betrayed my clan for you and willingly became your concubine in exchange for a place for my talisman clan to live in this sealed realm. You told me that you liked my eyes. For you, I dug out this pair of eyes made of the absolute beginning power that the Symbol clan had been accumulating since the beginning of the immemorial epoch. Each holy ancestor of the Symbol clan needed to inherit the absolute beginning power. I willingly gave it to you. Do you still remember that scene? Do you remember that my eyes were stained with blood? Do you remember the blood that flowed down from my eyes? You said so many times. Every time I did my best. Even if you sealed me here to suppress the monstrous souls in the celestial burial pool, I was still willing. I'm not the sacred ancestor. I'm just your concubine, and I like you. The smile on the woman's face became even more miserable. Black blood flowed down her face like tears. Only, these tears were too desolate. They were tears of blood, unable to express the scenes of the past that flashed through this woman's mind. Why? Why did I do everything, but you still lied to me? You promised me that you would give my Symbol clan a world. You promised me that my Symbol clan's descendants would live forever. You also said that one day you would bring my Symbol clan back to the outside of the sealed realm. All of this was what you said in the past. I, Qiu Yao, was too foolish. I actually believed your words and suppressed your soul in the celestial burial pool for eternity. I clearly sensed that this was a disguised seal, but I still chose to believe you. If it wasn't for the fact that I felt my clan members approaching and didn't hesitate to pay any price to see my clan members, I would never have known that my Symbol clan didn't have a world at all. It turned out that after I was sealed, my Symbol clan became your celestial realm's slave. What makes me hate you even more is that Qing Lin. Are you a heartless person? Do you have no emotions at all? Are you made of stone? Ordinary slave imprints can't seal my symbol clan for generations to come. Those slave imprints clearly came from the power of the absolute beginning I gave you. Only this kind of imprint can seal my symbol clan. You obtained my eyes and obtained a trace of the absolute beginning. You used that absolute beginning power to fuse with countless slave imprints, causing all the people of my symbol clan in the 4 celestial realms to become slaves that are inferior to ants. We will worship you as a celestial for generations. Even more black tears of blood appeared in the woman's eyes. They seemed to flow endlessly. They contained her countless years of anticipation and a monstrous resentment that had collapsed in an instant. Qinglin, your avatar is still here, so you're not dead. Do you dare to show yourself to me? The woman's mournful voice echoed with a bitter smile. Her body was slowly pulled into the celestial burial pool. Just as her body was about to be completely submerged in the celestial burial vortex, she suddenly raised her head. The tattoo between her eyebrows flashed like crazy and immediately separated from between her eyebrows. Wang Lin could even clearly see the lines of blood connecting to the tattoo. He could imagine the pain when the tattoo separated from her eyebrows. However, this kind of pain was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. She raised her right hand and grabbed the rune between her eyebrows. She ignored the pain and mercilessly pulled it out from between her eyebrows. Then she threw it up. Tashin was still not far away. Everything that was happening in front of him caused him to gain some understanding, but his eyes were still filled with confusion. The rune the woman threw out arrived with lightning speed and landed on the spot between Tashin's eyebrows. Pain filled his body as the rune sank into his skin. After throwing out the rune, the woman became extremely weak and gradually sank into the celestial burial pool. Her eyes were filled with green gas as she looked at Wang Lin and muttered, "You helped my tattoo clan. Qiu Yao, will never forget someone who has helped my tattoo clan." She revealed a bitter smile once more and raised her hands to stab her own eyes. Her body trembled violently, and the 2 balls of green light that had appeared in place of her eyes were pulled out by her. She threw them at Wang Lin, and the 2 balls of green light fused into one and shot toward Wang Lin. My tattoo clan, aside from the life rune and the item that shocked the outside world, we also have the withered rune spell. This is the method to make withered runes. With the care you've given my tattoo clan, you can have my tattoo clan's descendant add the power of the rune to your rune. Wang Lin accepted the ball of green light, and the woman's divine sense immediately entered his ears. After taking a deep look at the cold Qinglin avatar, the woman's body sank into the celestial burial pool. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Even the countless souls in the pool entered the pool with the woman. Only the howling of the pool could be heard. The pool also gradually sank and was about to disappear from the giant pit in the ground. Holding the ball of green light, Wang Lin naturally understood the meaning behind the woman named Qiu Yao giving him this. According to her, the withered rune spell required the power of the tattoo clan to form an invisible chain that connected Wang Lin to the tattoo clan. She has such confidence, so this withered rune is definitely not ordinary. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he recalled the yellow talisman that could seal origin energy he had seen in the battle against the Yao family in the Luo Tian star system. Could it be? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Just at this moment, the originally silent celestial burial pool suddenly changed. Qiu Yao's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the sinking pool. She let out a resentful cry, and a heaven-shaking rumble came from the pool. "Qinglin, even if I die, I won't let you go." At the instant the voice echoed in the air, a large amount of souls surged out from within the celestial burial pool. They did not rush out, but continued to collapse. As the souls collapsed, the celestial burial pool began to tremble. "You used me to suppress these souls, so you should know that I've fused with the celestial burial pool over the countless years. They won't let me leave, and you won't let me leave either. In that case, let's die together." As Qiu Yao's resentful words echoed, the entire celestial burial pool collapsed. Countless souls were torn apart and turned into slivers of destructive force that entered the vortex. In an instant, the vortex underwent a shocking change after this destructive force entered it. It suddenly rose up from the pit and turned into a giant whirlwind. This whirlwind contained power that could crush all life. At this moment, Master Void's expression changed greatly. He grabbed the beautiful middle-aged woman and the woman suspected to be the brilliant Void Saintess and quickly escaped. Tian Yunzi and company were the same. At this moment, everyone scattered like birds. The whirlwind swept by and caused the surrounding world to collapse on a large scale. Not only did the void collapse, but the edges of the cave that was sealed by the scattered devil also collapsed. The whirlwind charged out in an instant, and as the laughter filled with resentment echoed, an object gradually floated out from the depths of the whirlwind. This object was a black pool 100 feet wide. It was filled with black blood and gave off a gloomy aura. However, what was strange was that this gloomy aura was celestial spiritual energy, celestial burial pool. Around the black pool were carvings of countless ferocious beasts, as well as a large number of contorted faces in pain. The moment this object appeared, a terrifying aura spread out. In the celestial spirit heaven realm outside the celestial cave, the clouds scattered and the world changed colors. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the former demon spirit land. Even the space outside the demon spirit land underwent a heaven-shaking change. The East Sea vortex rapidly rotated and pulled in all the origin energy. This caused the vortex to expand like crazy. Some of the nearby cultivators were caught in it, and their bodies collapsed. Even their origin souls weren't able to escape and died a violent death. This terrifying change immediately attracted the attention of too many people. At this moment, no one inside the Celestial Emperor Cave had time to get a clear look before a crack appeared on the Celestial Burial Pool. Following that, cracking sounds could be heard as more and more cracks spread out. In the blink of an eye, the famous Celestial Burial Pool collapsed. All of the souls buried inside were shredded to pieces, and an unimaginable shockwave spread out in all directions. Qing Lin's avatar didn't dodge. Instead, when the shockwave from the collapse of the Celestial Burial Pool arrived, he closed his eyes and turned into specks of light that dissipated inside the cave. As the shockwave spread out, the entire place was shrouded in a deafening rumble. The shockwave was simply too shocking. As it swept by, the surrounding scattered devil seals collapsed, revealing the true appearance of the Celestial Cave. Everyone, including Wang Lin, was sent flying in all directions by a powerful force. Inside the Celestial Cave, everyone was scattered by the shockwave from the collapse of the Celestial Burial Pool. Even Master Void's face turned pale from this impact, and he was injured. He couldn't bother with the beautiful woman and the woman in pink as he was hit by the powerful impact and smashed into a restriction in the Celestial Palace. There was a flash of light, and he disappeared. As for the beautiful middle-aged woman and the pink-clothed woman, they dispersed as well. They touched the surrounding restrictions and disappeared without a trace. As Tian Yunzi continued to retreat, his eyes revealed a strange light. He took a strange step and disappeared into the restriction of a pavilion in the distance. Almost everyone dissipated as they retreated. Wang Lin and Situ Nan were also forced to retreat by this shockwave. Situ Nan let out a roar and his body flickered. He wasn't able to resist the powerful shockwave at all. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and disappeared into a restriction in the sky. Wang Lin's body also trembled. Under the impact, he felt like all the bones in his body had broken. Intense pain came from his body and he coughed out blood. He landed on a bush of flowers and seemed to have touched a restriction. There was a flash of light, and his body slowly dissipated. However, just as his body was about to dissipate, a ray of crystal light shot out from the vortex formed by the collapsed Celestial Burial Pool at an extremely fast speed. This crystal light broke through all the restrictions before it and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was dumbfounded as it penetrated Wang Lin's bag of holding and entered the yellow crystal the mysterious man had given him. Qing Lin's divine avatar. This was the last thought that appeared in Wang Lin's mind before his body dissipated. The moment the crystal light closed in, he clearly saw Qing Lin's avatar. The collapse of the celestial burial pool caused the celestial emperor cave to tremble violently. Everyone who had entered the cave was scattered and landed in different locations. They triggered the restrictive spells and were teleported to different locations. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens, but the moment Wang Lin's body disappeared, the woman with the scar on her face and demonic aura landed not far away from where Wang Lin disappeared. She triggered the restrictions and disappeared to where Wang Lin was teleported to. After a long time, the impact dissipated and the ground was in ruins. Only the deep crater remained, emitting cold air. The celestial burial pool had turned into countless fragments, and they also dissipated into the various restrictions along with the impact. This place was completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, a person struggled to climb out from the deep pit. This person had a large head and a small body. There was still fear in his eyes. Behind him were the three Chun brothers and everyone else who had been sucked in. Aside from the beautiful woman's disciple and elder son, who had lost the star-marked sable, everyone else had climbed out. They were silent as they looked at their surroundings with lingering fear. No one noticed that in the distance, the star-marked sable flashed by. Its speed was too fast, and everyone felt like they had just survived a disaster. All they saw was a blur before their eyes, and the star-marked sable charged into the deep pit, heading straight down. Its eyes shone with intelligence. It could clearly sense that in the depths of this place, there was an aura that caused it to go crazy. It added 1,000 more words. I'm begging for monthly votes. I'm very, very serious, begging for monthly votes. Everyone, please comfort your weak hearts that are about to collapse because of the computer. Chapter 10:30. In the vast space, aside from the bright nebulas and endless meteorites, there was also endless dust. These dust particles were often very small, so some could be seen with the divine sense of a cultivator, but most of them were things even cultivators couldn't clearly see. In a corner of space, there was an extremely small dust particle that not even a nirvana, shatterer, or cultivator's divine sense could detect. This dust particle was very small, but there was another world inside it. The demon spirit land was once called the Celestial Spirit Heaven Realm. Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's cave was here. Aside from the East Sea Tide, which was an unknown distance away, there was no other entrance to this dust particle. At this moment, there was a large hall at the center of the Celestial Emperor cave. This hall was completely purple, and from afar, it exuded a majestic aura. Inside the hall, there were 99 candlesticks arranged in a formation on the ground. Among them, 64 had already been extinguished. There were no figures or tools in the hall, only dust marks on the ground. The remaining 35 candlesticks flickered with flickering light. The light scattered into the hall, causing the place to be dark and gloomy. At that moment, it was as if wind had blown in from outside the hall and landed on the lit candlesticks. As it swept past them, the flames began to sway violently. There were 23 candlesticks that swayed the most violently, as if they were struggling to continue burning. However, the wind was too cold, and as it blew by, it turned into countless runes that flickered incessantly. They vaguely appeared in the wind and swept past the candlesticks. In the end, the 23 candles were extinguished one by one. Every time a candle was extinguished, the hall would become a bit dimmer. Only the wisps of green smoke floated up from the candlesticks, as if there was a demonic shadow in the air, revealing a soundless, wild laugh. The green smoke dissipated, and at the instant the 23 candles were extinguished, a figure sitting on a large chair in the underground hall that was exactly the same as this one started trembling violently. A mouthful of black blood gushed out of his mouth and splattered before him. Blood also came out from his orifices. At a glance, it was very shocking. The environment here was exactly the same as in the main hall up above, except that there were no candlesticks on the floor. Instead, there was a huge chair on which sat a man surrounded by black mist. Trembling, he opened his eyes. His eyes were cloudy. If Wang Lin saw this, he would immediately recognize that this was where his nether guide was interfered with. This mysterious man was the person who gave him the yellow crystal, destroyed the second Sure Sands candle. Only 12 remain. Xiao Yao, you still want to harm me before you die? Do you really hate me this much? The man's face was filled with bitterness. It was very, very deep. Your tattoo clan came from the outer realm and wanted to form an alliance with my celestial realm. I opened up a realm for your tattoo clan so that you could cultivate there. However, after your tattoo clan came, a large amount of celestials disappeared. All kinds of signs showed that these disappearances were all done by your tattoo clan. I originally didn't believe it, but after I went to your tattoo realm, I personally saw you take the soul of a friend from my celestial realm in order to activate your tattoo clan's holy talisman. How can I not fight you? How can I, Qinglin, not be angry? If it wasn't for this, how could there have been such a tragic battle after I became the Celestial Emperor? If it wasn't for this, how could the Celestial Realm have suffered so much damage? How could the Celestial Realm have collapsed without any resistance? Moreover, the collapse of the Celestial Realm was one of your plans. Tattoo Clan Holy Ancestor, this is only your avatar. Your real identity is the daughter of the Sovereign of the Outer Realm. Your purpose in coming to my sealed realm was not as you said, it was to destroy all forces in the sealed realm. The bitterness on the man's face became even stronger, and there was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. You became my tattoo imperial concubine and forced the flower imperial concubine to become a flower soul. She could only become a flower celestial because she knew your secret. I personally saw all of this after I became suspicious. Not only did you not repent, you even wanted me to go with you to the outer realm to become your father's disciple. I'm a dignified celestial emperor, a supreme being of the celestial realm. I was born in the sealed realm, so how could I betray the celestial realm? Your eyes contain the power of origin, and when you were with me, you borrowed me to activate this origin power. This origin power is the ultimate power your father used to destroy my celestial realm. If it were to be released, there would be no one left in the celestial realm, and even the countless mortals would collapse. The sealed realm you speak of would become a ruin, so that it would be easier for you to enter and find the so-called gate to heaven. When I dug out your eyes, did your pain compare to my pain? Even then, I couldn't bear to kill you, so I sealed you in the celestial burial pool and told the outside world that you were dead. Do you know the pain in my heart? Xiao Yao, what right do you have to hate me? Even today, you didn't hesitate to destroy your avatar to confuse the people I lured here. You even wanted to borrow the power of destruction to destroy my second Sure Sands life lamp. The man's face was filled with pain, and strands of black gas surrounded his body. It turned into a devilish shadow that wanted to devour him. You don't have the right to hate me. The remnants of the Tattoo Clan are the future disaster of my sealed realm. How could I let them be safe and leave endless trouble for the future descendants of my sealed realm? They can exist, but they can only be eternal slaves of my celestial realm. I let them live to give future generations an eternal memory. Never forget the killing intent of the people of the outer realm. The black aura on the man's face became even thicker and gathered between his eyebrows, as if it wanted to break through. However, the moment the black aura charged at him, 12 specks of light appeared between his eyebrows and blocked the black aura from entering. Do I still have enough time? The man let out a sigh and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Wang Lin's gaze was sharp as he looked ahead. He was standing on an endless sea. At a glance, he couldn't see the end, only the waves. He was standing on the surface of the sea and pondering. After he triggered the restriction in the thicket of flowers, he was immediately teleported here. What he saw was the azure sea in front of him. When I was teleported here, I vaguely saw someone else land in the flower bush not far from me. That person is the person filled with demonic energy. I feel a sense of familiarity from her. While pondering, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up. In the distance, the raging waves were closing in as if a wall had been set up on the surface of the sea. Today, I've updated 9,000 words. I've made up for the 2,000 words I owed yesterday and added another 1,000 words of interest. Everyone, can you give me a monthly ticket? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.